What up, though, boys? What up, though? Shout out to Tony Sal. Run up the likes, you cucks. Run them up. I've been loving saying that lately. Shout out to Tony Sal. Sorry I'm late. All right, sorry I'm a bit late, but shit, we early at the same time. Crazy how that works, right? Shit, sorry I'm late, but we early at the same time, boys. Quit playing with me. All right, Gabbo Gabbo. He a little bit pissed off that I'm in here late, but homie don't know I'm early at the same time. All right. Shout out to everybody tuning in though. Friendly reminder. I won't call you guys cucks this time. It's all love. None of you guys are in here are cucks, unless you're one of the brain dead cucks that I've been referring to. But yeah, everybody run up the likes on the stream. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. We are in for oh boy, we in for a hell of a show, boys. I mean, I'm the only one who got the balls to say. I put my balls on the table today and I said it. I put it in the thumbnail. I put my balls on the table and I said what everyone's thinking. You know, I said what everyone's thinking, didn't I? I don't even want to say it yet. I don't even want to say it yet until we officially get started. But I'm going to say it one time and I'll come back to it again in a few minutes, okay? The UFC fucking sucks now. The UFC fucking sucks now. It's official, bro. This shit sucks big balls. The UFC sucks, horse balls, essentially. So, and I'll be explaining to you guys why the UFC sucks now. I got the receipts. I got it all, man. I got it all. So just stay tuned. Stay locked in. We're going to go over that. I got all the explanations for you. And actually, to be honest with you, maybe I'll work my way into a solution on this topic. But this is one of the first times, boys, I don't even got a solution. I don't even got a solution. That's how bad things are. MMA Now says, I've really enjoyed the UFC this year. A lot of good fights. I don't get the hate. Well, homie, sit tight because I do want to explain myself to you. Okay, and usually I don't really care to explain myself. But I want to explain myself. I'm not going to explain it. I'm going to explain myself. I'm going to tell you from my perspective. Okay? Which I don't normally do. But yeah, shout out to everybody tuning in. I see Space Kid in here. Let's shout out the streets real quick. Okay? I see Space Kid. I see You're Retarded. I see MMA Now. We got Tony Sal. We got Tony M. We got Tyler Betts. We got John Dong. We got Meat Rocket. And we got Gabbo Gabbo. I see Meat Rocket dropped first in the chat, but actually first person in the chat today was John Dong. So let's give a big shout out to John Dong, everybody, for being first in the chat for the one time. Everybody give a round of applause to John Dong. All right, John Dong, you in here, homie. You were the first. I told MMA Now 27 about your channel, so if you guys collab, I take full credit for it. Oh, okay, so this is MMA Now. This is MMA Now. MMA Now is a pundit of the sport, but he got nothing critical to say. MMA Now. Don't let me find out you one of these toxically positive cucks, homie. All right, the UFC sucks now, and it's official. Now that I know you're a pundit, I'm not going to treat you nicely. I'm going to tell you exactly how it is. I'm not going to fondle you. All right, now that I know you're a pundit, not that I'm going to be an asshole, but shit, we're going to operate under some of the same rules. You feel me? That I don't really give to the, normal viewer, so to speak, because they watch it with a different eye. But what am I getting to exactly? Well, Elephant in the room. I'm waiting to start the stream until my coffee's ready. So maybe it's gonna be ready shortly. But we just chopping it up. Early stream. Shout out Space Kid once again. Brian CEO, what's poppin', homie? John Ding Dong W John Dong. Perfect. Shout out John Dong. Good job. Perfect. I love it. Shout out to John Dong. All right, let me go make my coffee and then we'll get started here. We will get started, but there's quite a bit of news today. I mean, if you look at the IG, we've been cooking up a lot of storylines. We got like, 1, 5, 10, like 13, 13 clips to react to and then some, 14 clips. So we'll get into all of it. Give me a little bit of time. Okay, let me go make my coffee and then we'll get into this. But shout out to everybody watching. Run up the likes. We'll be getting started shortly. All right, we back. MMA Now, perfect. MMA Now is on here. Well, let's just respond to MMA Now. Actually, we'll wait a little bit. Let's wait a couple moments, boys. I just want to address everything in its entirety. I don't want to step away. From the topic and then come back to it. I want to hit it all in one go. So just bear with me. Looks like, we got no choice. We got to address it first. That's what it looks like to me. Looks like we got to address the UFC sucks now topic first, which I don't mind doing. But, homie, MMA Now 27, I'll just put it to you like this. I honestly couldn't even get through most of your chat because, you're talking about there's been lots of good fights this year for sure. But yeah, of course you could find some good fights. You feel me? Of course you can find some good fights. Who's to say that? Did I say that there has been zero good fights this whole year? That's what bothers me is like an instant goal line moving. It shows me that come on, bro. I tell you that the UFC sucks now, and you tell me, well, we've had good fights this year. There has been good fights this year. Well, no shit, brother. There's been like almost 500 fights up to this point. Like, no shit, we've had some good fights. You feel me? There's 16 fights per card. We haven't had 500. I'm exaggerating. But what, 16 fights per card times like 7? I'm about to pull up the schedule right now. And that's all I'm going to, respond is like, bro, this is a much bigger topic than we've had some good fights this year. Like, what the fuck? And then you're retarded saying, let me now come on stream and debate him. No, this is my topic. And like, I'm not letting other people who I don't even know come in and start like clouding on my topic. We can debate once I get my takes out and he has something to disagree with. But, this is my topic. This is what I'm coming on to cover. This is what I'm coming on to tell you guys. Okay. So I'm not going to debate him right now. Maybe in the future. Here's what you could do, MMA Now 27. I'm a do me right now. You make your video as why the UFC is the best. Tell me why the UFC is the best it's ever been. Okay? I'm telling you the UFC sucks now. You go ahead and make your video. Tell me why the UFC is the best it's ever been. I'll watch it. We can debate. Okay? Something along those lines. But this is my topic. This is what I'm coming on to tell you guys, and I'm not going to be clouding it up by somebody else coming in here sharing their opinions that, I'll accept the opinions in the chat for now, but nothing else. UFC schedule 2026. This is a very elaborate topic. How does the UFC suck if we have good fights? It's a fighting organization. LO, I don't care about the drama shit. Well, that's what I'm going to tell you, homie. So just sit tight, MMA Now. I know I got you on the edge of your seat right now. Sit tight, homie. I'm going to get to it. But in simple terms, why don't we look at the events as a whole? Why don't we look at how the prospects are performing? Why don't we look at and see, are the fans getting the fights that they want to see? Right? Why don't we look at all that? Why don't we look at UFC White House and look at the expectation versus the reality? Now, if you look at the UFC White House now in a microscope and you don't factor in the expectation, which would be the context, and you just look at the reality, you might find yourself in a position where you're like, these are good fights. Okay, they're good fights, but we're not getting the fights that we want. The fans aren't getting the fights that they want. The UFC is saving money, right? Not opening up their pocketbooks to deliver fans the fights they want for UFC White House. Now, it's still a good card if you look at it in a microscope, but it's not so like fucking black and white, like, oh, we've had good fights this year. Oh, there's good fights on UFC White House. Brother. LOL, I don't care about all the drama shit. Who the fuck is talking about drama shit? It's a fighting organization. I don't care about drama shit. It's like, oh my God, more goalposts moving, more words being put into my mouth. You feel me? First First off, it's moving the goalpost slightly. Now it's putting words into my mouth as if I said, the UFC sucks because there's no drama. When did I ever say that? Everything could be better. What? I'll need a more educated response than that. Tyler Betts says the MVP fight was Patterson and matchmaker's fault for being boring. Can't blame MVP. Give him someone that's willing to chase him and brawl. So Tyler Betts, this is what I would say to you on that. I would say that it's a shared blame. I'm going to blame MVP a little bit. MVP's even blaming himself. And by the way, MVP messaged me today because I posted something that apparently wasn't true. So I took it down, and I'll let you guys know what quote wasn't true. But I have spoke to MVP since the fight. But no, I'll blame both of them because I'm sick of MVP putting all the onus on the other guy to chase him down and brawl. That's my one thing, Tyler Betts, to use that 1 point against you, because that's what MVP said in the post-fight, walking in the backstage. He's speaking about that, and he's like, it just sucks when nobody wants to fight. Bro, stop. It's all the onus isn't on your opponent to fucking put the forward pressure. I'm not like, I feel a little bit insulted when he says that because it's like, MVP, you don't think that I want to tell you, right, that you should be the one pressing forward, that you should be the one trying to brawl, that you should maybe try to chase your opponent every now and then? Like, why can't you do that? Why does it always have to be your opponent? That's not even necessarily fair, bro. It should be an equal exchange of leading in a fight, right? And I get pissed at people who don't want to lead in fights. And MVP, he leads very seldomly. Yes, he's very good at reacting and countering, but bro, I mean, you can't expect these other guys who are going out there to get wins themselves to play into your hand every single time. Like, it's not all about you, brother. This guy wants to win too. And by him wanting to win, he can't fucking press you. So now it's your turn to press him. Make it exciting for the fans. Be a well-rounded fighter. Know how to be a good striker. So, that's my thing with MVP. But Tyler Betts says he was pressing forward at least in the second the whole time. Well, yeah, he started to press forward a bit more. He did start to press forward a bit more. And the third was a bit more of an exciting round too. It just sucks that we had to sit around for like 7.5 minutes. We had to sit around for 7.5 minutes. We got super bored and tired of it. And then he decides to turn up. It's like, well, bro, I mean, I'm already pissed. How about all the people who got up and walked away and started making food, waiting for the next fight, who wrote that fight off? Like, you don't get the chance to just like be boring for the first 7.5 minutes and then, be exciting in the second half, and then everyone's going to love you for it. In my opinion, that's just my thoughts on it. But yeah, man, you're starting yourself out in a deficit. Then you're going to try to make up for it. I don't really fuck with this. So let's go through each and every card, right? Let's look at how the prospects perform. Let's look at the expectation of the cards. Let's go through all of it. Let's go through all of it right now. I'm seeing one fight right now that was a fucking dud that sucked. I'm seeing one prospect right now that fucking failed, right? I'm seeing one prospect that fucking failed. I'm seeing one fight that sucked dick. I'm not even going to speak on the women. I see another fight that sucked dick. I'll be liberal with it. Atiba versus Andre Pulayev, right? It ended up going to a decision when Atiba dropped his ass and put the work on him in the first round and he couldn't find the finish. This dude's supposed to be a prospect. He's not finding the finish against a 10-4 Andre Pulayev. What the fuck you think would happen when he gets up into the top 5? Okay, there's a difference between prospects. Look what Jacoby Smith did to all of his opponents so far in the UFC, and look what another quote-unquote prospect in Atiba's done. Okay, so yes, it's one fight, but let's see what Atiba does in the next one, because this is against a 10-4 guy who was hurt badly in the first round. He couldn't get him out of there he had about 14 more minutes to get him out of there. I'm talking dropped his ass and put him down bad in the first minute of the fight. He couldn't finish him in the last 14 minutes after dropping him, after compromising him. This isn't a big deal for Atiba. Okay, I told you I'm going to be liberal and I'm not going to really be on Atiba, but this is the topic today, and this is the things that MMA now doesn't seem to have the ability to really dive into when deciding whether or not the UFC sucks or is fun to watch. Okay, I don't even, were you aware that Atiba is a prospect? Were you aware that he should be finishing a guy who's 10-4? Were you aware of these things? I would love to know when you started being a fan of the sport. You know, that's one of my main questions to me now. How long have you been watching? When did you become a fan of the sport? How long have you been covering the sport? How long you watched the sport and been a fan? How long you been covering it? You know, two things. Because I see a lot of people who come into the sport fresh, trying to cover it after being fans for years, and they get red pilled, you know, within 2 years of being in the sport. You know, they come in with all the positivity, all the good intentions, give them 2 years, and they're shitting on the fighters just like everybody else. So I would love to know, MMA Now, you know, how long you've been in here, how long you've been doing your thing. But let's just, you know, call a spade, right? Adam Fugit, Ty Miller. Okay, Ty Miller showed out. Ty Miller showed out. Good shit. Josh Hockett, he's doing his thing. Good shit. You know, Charles Johnson getting knocked out by the fucking UFC disaster in Alex Perez. It just is what it is. I'm not going to use this as a reflection on the UFC because it's just Charles and Alex Perez. But I'm just telling you, you know, Charles Johnson was supposed to beat Alex Perez. Nikita Krylov, Modestas Bukauskas, good fight. But Nikita's a part of that old guard. You know, he'd been in the UFC since before it was boring. Atiba Gautier, you already heard what I had to say about that. Umar versus Davison, a dog shit ass fight. A complete dog shit ass fight. Okay, Umar, one of the new prospects at bantamweight. Davison, he on his way out. I'll cut him some slack. Okay, I'll cut Davison a little bit of slack just because there's nothing left. But why the UFC sucks is because look at our outlook. Look at our outlook. Umar Nurmagomedov is our outlook. Gene Silva, Arnold Allen, good shit. What I'm going to say, good shit. Rose Namajunas, Natalia Silva, I don't speak on the women's fights. Waldo Cortez Acosta, Derek Lewis, good shit from Waldo. You know, good shit from Waldo. Sean O'Malley, Song Yadong, dog shit fight. Dog shit fight. And then in the main event, right, we got Justin Gaethje in place of Arman Tsarukyan. And, you know, we're trying to big up Patty. The UFC's trying to big up Patty. So this is going to be one of the reasons why the UFC sucks, so to speak, right? The UFC's trying to big up Patty. They overlook Arman. They give Patty Justin. Patty fails the test in Justin. Now Justin's fighting for the title. It's like, damn, we should have just gave Arman to Patty. We tried to save Patty the L. He took the L anyway. He might as well have taken the L against Arman in the first place. Yes, this is revisionist history. But shit, if I'm telling you the UFC sucks now, I got to go back and give you a little bit of revisionist history. Now, there, you know, we could put it like this, right? Was I a fan of the UFC doing this? Initially, yes, I was. Initially, yes, I was a fan of it. But am I the top matchmaker? Am I the one in charge of things? No. Okay, so if I had an opinion, they disagreed with me, and their opinion turned out to be better, you know, I'd rather it almost be that. I'd rather it almost be that because then they wouldn't necessarily suck, right? I'd be the one with the bad take. But, you know, we equally got bad takes, so to speak. But, you know, MMA Now is over here dropping some chats. So let me just read them real quick. There could have been better fights. Also, if you know him and Sam are true training partners, they have sparred. That's never been his style. Why would he change his style? That was bad matchmaking. Why are you asking me why MVP would change his style, homie? I'm not going to play this stupid ass game with you. Don't ask me why MVP would change his style. That was bad matchmaking. Sam couldn't go for takedowns. Couldn't try. MVP is a counter striker. Why would he now at 38 change his style? Oh my God, bro. I can't even do it with MMA Now. He's asking me why would MVP change his style? Bro. What the fuck? Tyler Bett says, I'm still a fan, or Meat Rocket says, I'm still a fan of MVP. They just need to give him the right matchups. Again, it's like, bro, if you got to give him the right matchups, then get fucking rid of him. Oh my God. If you got to give him the right matchups, then get rid of him. What the fuck is this? You got to give him the right matchups. Oh my God. No offense, but it's like, MVP's chill. I'm not super mad at him. Like, I know last night I said that, like, whatever, get rid of him. But it's like, I'm not that mad at him, but shit, bro, give him the right matchups is too much for me. Give him the right matchups is too much for me. The fuck does that mean? Like, why are we taking care of him? HT, what's poppin'? Tuxedo, thank you for the $2 dono. You are that guy, pal. I am that guy. Tyler Bet says, I agree. Me, give him a 5-round against an elite striker like Izzy or someone aggressive like Buckley. I mean, yeah, but whatever. I'm not going to keep going into that one, but you guys do realize that you're giving Joaquin an unfavorable matchup in an MVP. You're giving Joaquin an unfavorable matchup in an MVP to appease MVP style. And bro, like what? Like that would be my thing. Why would we give Joaquin Buckley? See, people are talking about MVP, and I know it's Buckley, but why would we give Joaquin Buckley an unfavorable matchup in MVP? Right? I know, yeah, Joaquin Buckley might be a favorable matchup for MVP because he moves forward, but why would we give Joaquin Buckley, the guy who actually been in the UFC, right, since the beginning, so to speak, right, who been cutting his teeth in here, he the veteran, he the top 10 ranked guy, why are we going to give Joaquin Buckley MVP? So I hope that kind of helps you guys out where it's like, what do we mean give MVP the right matchups? Who the fuck is he? Why don't you prove yourself and earn the right matchups, homie? Is that too hard to ask? Can you not prove yourself? You already ducked, Wonderboy Thompson. This one sucks because you're former training partners. Wonderboy wouldn't be good because you guys got the same style. I mean, how many, this person can't fight MVP because he doesn't walk forward recklessly. I mean, how many little caveats do we need to check off to make sure that that's a good opponent for MVP? In all my years, make sure it's not a karate style. Make sure they didn't train together. All these things. What's the deal? MMA Now says CLD didn't finish him, LOL, and he's a better striker. I've been covering for over 20 years, 5 years on this channel. So you've been covering the sport for 5 years. Also, Ty Miller got wobbled against Adam. Doesn't mean Miller is great because he won. Ty Miller, okay, he got the finish as a prospect against an opponent that is supposed to get finished. An opponent who was given to him to finish, and he did it. So, yeah, it's not that he's great because he won. And I never said he's great at all. I said that he doesn't suck and that he's not a dud for the UFC because he delivered in his debut, maybe his second fight. I'd have to look back. But he delivered. Bottom line, he delivered against an opponent he should be delivering against. So, like, these are like tongue twisters for me, bro. It's like you're almost trying to play up to your homie, you're retarded or something, and like be this weird fucking like debater. And like, bro, I'm just not here for it. Like, this is why I didn't even I denied having you on when you retarded requested it. We got this dude being here. I speak about Ty Miller versus Adam Fugit, the first fight on the night. And this dude's in here being like, Ty Miller got wobbled against Adam. Doesn't mean Miller is great because he won. It's just like, bro, I'm not going to do this. This is like the stupidest shit ever. Why are you worried about Atiba fighting top 5? He's a long ways from that. Also going through rounds, he may be better because of that. Oh my God, bro. You don't have a good understanding of things and you need everything to be explained for you. Why am I worried about Atiba fighting the top 5? Because he's a fucking prospect. People are talking about him like he's the next coming of Jesus, along with plenty of other guys in the UFC who have just got here. That's why I would be talking about him being in the top 5. Because if you're going to be glazing him up to be a potential top 15, let's call him top 15, bro. Glazing him up to be a top 15 fighter. Okay, I want to see what you could do against an unranked guy who's fucking dog shit who got 4 losses. And if you can't even finish him, then shit, I think you're going to have a real hard time getting finishes, let alone wins in the top 15. Mr. Bird Brain MMA Now, it's official. I don't fuck with you. Don't fuck with you. Feels like you're just debating to debate. That's why I'm worried about Atiba in the top 5, brother. That's why. The fuck? Look at the ascent. Look at the ascent for Vallejos, brother. Look at the ascent for Vallejos. He went from fighting one prospect. Okay, he goes from Danny Silva, completely unranked, to Giga. He goes from the 55th guy in the world. I don't know when this was, but right now, Danny's like the 55th. To Giga, who was, I think, top 15 at the time, to Josh Emmett. So yeah, buddy. Yeah. We worry about that shit. Before they're ranked, we worry about how they're going to be in the top 15. It's called knowing what the fuck to look at. Seems like MMA now doesn't know what the fuck to look at. He just takes it as it comes in. You know, oh, Ty Miller got a win. Oh, he's getting hyped up. Let's just look at it all at face value. Let's not use any of our abilities to look ahead, right? To figure out how good he's really going to be. How does he stack up against the other guys? What's his ceiling in the promotion? Nah, MMA now just waits for it to be told to him. No, I don't need to wait for it to be told to me. I'm going to tell you guys before it even gets said. That's the difference, bro. MVP versus Buckley would be great. HT says, hey, Jay, it's not worth debating MMA now. He's not knowledgeable about fights or on your level about MMA. Don't get sucked in. It's your show. You're in control. He's just grifting with the name. Damn. Okay. So you saw it too then. Yeah, it's kind of odd because I always feel like we're operating under the same, like, you know, guidelines here. You know, the same kind of like parameters. I assumed we were all operating under the same parameters. And I got this fucking guy, you know, asking me why I'm worried about how Atiba Gutierrez would do against the top 5, the top 15. Taking my words super literal. Like, bro, you really think I'm worried about how he's going to do right now? No, but it's just a gauge, bro. It's a gauge at how he's fighting his opponents right now. You know, what's the ceiling when he reaches the top 15, if he can. Tony says round 1 of Aldo versus Lewis was ass, and then Lewis slipped and called it a day. Yeah. That is true. That is true. I kind of forgot about that slip. So yeah, another one bites the dust, right? But I guess, you know, Derek Lewis, he kind of on his way out, but Waldo Cortez Acosta, good on him. He's doing his thing. You know, that's not his fault that Derek Lewis slipped and called it a day. The UFC sucks in 2026, says HT. 100,000%, homie. 100,000%. Tyler Betts says, feel like MVP already proved himself in Bellator. Felt like a great treat for the fans when UFC signed him. He's not going to be champ, but can still put on some great fights. No, I get it that he proved himself in Bellator. One second. Let me go and make my coffee real quick. But I get it that he proved himself in Bellator. But it's like, bro, you got to prove yourself in the UFC. Patchy Mix was a champion in Bellator. Pitbull was a champion in Bellator. They proved themselves. You know, you still got to prove yourself in the UFC. You know, you still got to be exciting in the UFC, right? We didn't give Patchy Mix favorable matchups to suit his style, right? We wanted him to do well with what he was given. And I feel like we should have that same standard for MVP. You know, do well with what you're given, homie, and then maybe we'll throw you a nice matchup. But you're not even doing well with what you're given, so why would we give you a good matchup? Yuri Retarded says, I was just trolling. It's your stream. You do what you want. Shout out to Yuri Retarded. Yuri Retarded, you might not want to listen to that guy MMA Now anymore. I don't know what was going on with MMA Now, but I could sense the goofiness through the screen. I really don't want any parts of him. Really don't want any parts of him. It felt really goofy what he was trying to do there. It felt like this was his big moment or something. Did he think that this was his big moment? I mean, maybe I gave him a bit of a moment, to be honest. But that guy MMA Now, I think he felt like this was his big moment. And it's like, bro, you're doing a little bit too much. This ain't your big moment, buddy. Sit back. You know, did someone tell MMA Now that this was going to be his big moment or something? Insane. That was super weird. Tyler Betts says, styles make fights. You wouldn't want to see two boring grapplers fight unless it's important in the rankings. I get it. let's speak about the broader issue. I don't want to argue with Tyler Betts about, MVP and shit like that. Um, like I said, I don't fuck with MVP necessarily, but like he doesn't got to be cut. He could come back, it's fine. It is what it is. I'm not super mad at him. But that fight was like being forced to watch Corn and not being allowed to fap. That's what that fight was like watching it. It's like my brain was getting numbed. Useless, what's poppin', homie? Meat Rocket says, bro, MVP won't be in the UFC much longer. I guarantee you he leaves and goes to fight on MVP with Ronda. Yeah, he's better off over there. He's better off over there. The UFC, there's more standards, bro. You can't just be a name and come in here and fight. You feel me? You can't just be a name and come in here and fight. You could do that on Netflix, though, so go take it to Netflix. Kemsden says UFC is ass. That's a straight fact, homie. It's a straight fact. We all know it. We all know it. Only a couple bird brains probably don't know it, but I mean, shit, we all know it. Tyler Betts saying, LOL, yeah, homie. We don't got to argue about MVP, homie. We don't got to argue about MVP. I feel you. I feel you. I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying. They are spending the money on MVP, so it's like, why not try to get a good fight? I feel you. I feel you. Perfecto says, yo, we here, bro. Was at work all day yesterday, big homie. No worries, big dog. I'm glad you're in here. I'm glad you made it. Shit, we all got to work, so no stressing on that. No stressing. It's good to speak your mind. Oh, I love to speak my mind. Yup, hands down. Thank you, Kamzin. Yup, hands down for sure. Okay, so let's go back down the list. Let's go back down the list. Like I said, right? We're judging it on a few things here. So let me go over it with you guys, right? Are prospects doing what they should do against their opponents? That's the bottom line question. Are prospects doing what they should do against their opponents? You got a 7-0 Ty Miller going up against a 10-6 Adam Fugate. It might have been 6-0 versus 10-5. I don't know. But you got an undefeated guy going against a guy who's like a 500 fighter, right? Obviously, Ty Miller should go in there and get the finish over Adam Fugate. He did exactly just that, and in the first round. Okay, so this is one of the gauges as to, yes, Ty Miller is against my point as to why the UFC sucks, because he's one of the prospects who's building, who's doing good, right, with what he's given. But I'm going to show you guys that the majority of prospects, or at least half of the prospects, have fucking flailed, bro. They have flailed as of late. All the prospects are flailing. Yes, we got some, but a lot of prospects are flailing, boys. And, Patty's one of them. Patty's one of the biggest prospects that flailed. Sean O'Malley, low-key flailing out there. Song Yadong, he was a future for the UFC, but he's not really our future no more. So these things suck because we got to replace a Song Yadong. We got to replace a Sean O'Malley. We got to replace a Paddy Pimblett. If these guys aren't the stars, then who's going to be our star? We got Justin Gaethje. He's going to be gone soon. And this is what people fail to realize. Okay, yeah, Waldo Cortez Acosta, he's actually doing a great job. And I'll give Waldo Cortez Acosta credit. You could look at it like this. Okay, Derek Lewis, he's one of those stars who sucks now, right? Who's fallen off. But we got Waldo Cortez Acosta surging to take his place, which builds on what I just said. Sharp says Jacoby Smith is the future. Homie, I used him as a perfect example of somebody who is the future, who is a good prospect, who's been finishing all of his opponents given to him. I've been using him as an example. So these are the examples I'm talking about. Jacoby Smith. Okay, that's a solid fucking prospect right there. He's against my example that the UFC sucks now. Okay, but Sean O'Malley's an example that the UFC sucks now. Paddy Pimblett's an example that the UFC sucks now. Gaethje fighting Ilya is an example that the UFC sucks now. Sonya Dawn being washed is a sign that the UFC sucks now. Okay? Umar versus Davison is a sign that the UFC sucks now. These are the points I'm trying to make. Let's go to the next card. I want to make my coffee. I'm already fucking naturally caffeinated without that shit. Sean high-key flailing. Sean do be flailing a little bit. Okay, let me go get my coffee. Okay. All right. So, yeah, UFC is me. UFC is Jay. You know, UFC, I am the fucking UFC. I am the UFC. Unless Camden was saying UFC is gay. I'm not sure. Um, Soon you'll have UFC matchmaking movies and shit. All the top contenders just fight each other over and over again. It's so boring, like Lopez versus Volk 2. Super gay. Izzy versus Poton Saga felt like a movie, and Poton versus Yuri. Ilya versus Charles. Yeah, those were the good times. Those were the good times. So, yeah, man. I mean, Volkanovski versus Diego Lopez, the rematch nobody asked for. Another sole example why the UFC fucking sucks. We got Dan Hooker versus BSD in the main event, or in the co-main. It's just like, oh my God, bro. Dan Hooker. Dan Hooker being trotted out in the co-main in the Big 26 just because it's in New Zealand. Like, who's making up these fucking rules? Let's put Dan Hooker in the co-main because he's from New Zealand. All right. Rafael Fiziev versus Mauricio Ruffy. You know, all right. Well, you know, TK, it was actually a great fight. Looking back on it, it was actually a great fight. Tai Tuivasa, Taliesin Teixeira. You know, Taliesin couldn't even finish Tuivasa. He like a 10-foot tall heavyweight. Quillen Salkill, Jamie Malarkey. You know, Quillen, he is a prospect, and he's doing great things. So Quillen, I would add him into that group of prospects who are doing it right. You know, Billy Alenka versus Junior Tafa. Who the fuck is Billy Alenka? Who the fuck is Junior Tafa? Cam Roston versus Cody Brundage. You know, Cam Roston, he kind of decent. Jacob Malkoon, Torres Finney. Not really going to hate on it, but this is where it gets pretty bad. This is where it gets pretty bad. Like Jonathan Mikalev, Obon Elliott, Con Ofley, Yiza, Songwoo Kim versus Don Marfan, Kichi Nakamura versus Sebastian. Like, what is this Road to UFC on the fucking pay-per-view card? On the beginning of the pay-per-view card, we're getting a Road to UFC final show? What the fuck? Who's making these decisions? These are just examples why it sucks, bro, because we got to come on here and watch the first 4 fights of this dog shit. This is part of the reason why it sucks. On top of, we got to watch this, right, to start it off, and then we got to end it with the rematch nobody asked for. And then in the co-main, it ain't even a competitive fight. It's BSD versus Dan Hooker. The writing's on the fucking wall, bro. The writing's on the fucking wall. Week after week, we sit in front of our TVs. We tune in for these UFC events. Even if they're bad fights, we watch it in good faith and hopes that the fighters will show us something, and they don't show us shit. You know, did Diego Lopez show you boys shit? Did Diego Lopez show you boys shit? He got beat worse the second time than he did the first time. I know he didn't really get dropped, but at least him getting dropped was more exciting for us. You know, or I don't even know how you would put it, but yeah, he got dropped in that first one. But in the second one, he was not in the fight whatsoever. Not at any second of that fight he was in it. Not at any second of it. Anyone want to give context on that fight, feel free, because I'm drawing a bit of a blank. If he won a round, let me know. It says 46-49 on a few scorecards. But, and then Tony says, I don't know, I like Dan being on the card. It's fine that he's on the card. It's fine being on the card, but here's the deal, right? Here's the deal. Because let's capture this, right? We really got to capture it. We really got to put our finger on it. Like, I'm not letting this shit slide. I don't hate Dan Hooker. I'm not opposed to watching Dan Hooker fights. But when you sat down for a co-main event on a pay-per-view, Dan Hooker versus BSD, how much stake was involved? How much historical value does that fight really have? That is my main thing. We sit here, we watch the co-main event, and we can't wait for the main event to start, which is also a fight that nobody ever asked for. This is a perfect example of why the UFC sucks, because even on the co-main, it's like not even a fight, bro. Dan Hooker fucking sucks. The dude is so washed, it's not even funny. Bro is literally showing up, knowing he lost his win purse, just coming in for show purses and fighting frequently because, that's his way to pay for his stripper ex-mistresses, 2 mortgages in 2 different countries. Okay, Dan Hooker's written off his career. The only reason why he fights and he fights so active is because he's only relying on win checks and he got a fucking stripper mistress that he's paying his mortgages for, and he's still married to his wife. I don't really care, what he does in his personal time. I'm just telling you, when you start taking fights to pay for your stripper mistress, I don't want to watch you fight anymore. Genuinely, because you're just throwing away the fights, bro. You're coming in here, you're free rolling. You know you're not going to win it anyway. You're going to talk a bunch of shit. You know you're not winning. And how many times am I going to see that? I bought into it for Armand. I'm not buying into it again. Definitely didn't buy into it with BSD, bro. You didn't even have enough time to fix the holes from the Armand fight to even have me consider you as winning against BSD. But that's my point. Even if Dan was a good, not a good. I can't use Dan and good in the same fucking sentence. But even if Dan is okay to be on the card, co-main event on a pay-per-view against an opponent like BSD, this ain't no Dan Hooker versus Dustin Poirier back in the day. That was some good shit. That's when I was a fan of Dan Hooker. That's when he was a fucking beast. Dan Hooker is a shell of who he was when he fought Dustin Poirier back in the day. How about Jalen Turner and shit? Where the fuck is that Dan Hooker? Doesn't exist. Nowhere to be found. He left that before he met his stripper mistress. Look at Dan Hooker's fall off. It coincides with the stripper mistress. The fall off coincides with the stripper mistress. This is a friendly reminder to everybody to like the stream and subscribe if you're not subscribed. You do not get fucking takes like this anywhere else. Nobody's going to tell you the full truth and put their balls on the table like I'm doing right now. No one's going to do it. No one's going to do it. Dustin Poirier also trash LOL. Well, he's retired, so I'll refrain from dissing Poirier, and I honestly don't think he's trash. I honestly don't think Dustin Poirier is trash. But in the perspective of being a champion, yes, Dustin Poirier, he didn't really achieve that championship status. He achieved the interim championship status against Max Holloway. But yeah, I wouldn't say that Poirier sucks, at all. But I can understand. I think I'm reading between the lines of him, I feel like him is saying that because he didn't win the belt. And he got finished. He got finished against Charles, and he did get finished in the fight with Islam too. So I see what him is trying to say. Maybe, just because you don't win a belt though, this is what I would counteract to him if I'm right about my assumption. I would say just because you don't win a belt, it doesn't mean you're trash, right? The fact that you got to fight for the belt, the undisputed belt, it kind of is a sign that you're a pretty good fighter, actually. Yes, so I think I'm on the money with him. Him says, did he ever win a belt? I don't think so. He's a sub-level fighter. I call them trash. Well, I just kind of went over my take on that, so we can let that topic rest now. Poirier still gave Islam his hardest title fight. He gave him a pretty tough title fight, yeah. Him and Volk. Him and Volk. Okay, let's move on to the next card. So we're two cards in on the year. Both main events suck. Let's go to Bautista versus Oliveira. Amir Albazi versus Kyoji. Trash, bro. Jailton Almeida versus Reese Vaughn. Trash. Michelle Oleksiejczuk versus Marc-Andre Barrio. Trash. G Matsumoto versus Farid Basharat. I don't remember. Probably, if I don't remember, trash. Dustin Jacoby, Julius Walker. Guys, it's like these fights aren't even memorable. Okay, Alex Morano, Danil Donchenko. Okay, now we're cooking. You know, Danil Donchenko, this kid, he's doing a good job. Yeah, it was a unanimous decision. 30-26 though, so shit. I won't get on your ass too much. Nikolai Veretennikov versus Nico Price. Again, who is Nikolai Veretennikov? And if you're hardcore and you know him, that's not my point. You know, my point is, who the fuck is he? Who the fuck is Lerone Murphy and Movsar Evloev, if you really think about it? You know, in the grand scheme of things, I know they're normal to us, but that's not even the question anymore. It's past us, boys. It's past us. Go to the gym and see how many people know who Lerone Murphy is. Go to the gym and see how many people know who Movsar Evloev is. Javid, I thought he was good and he didn't deserve to be cut, to be honest. I thought Javid is good and he doesn't deserve to be cut. More of this shit though. You know, more of this shit. Jacob Wicklax, who the fuck is he? Moon Gafrov, who the fuck is he? You know, Claudia Sigula, Priscilla Cachoeira. I know Priscilla. But who the fuck are these people? That's the bottom line. You know, who the fuck are these people? Dana's more worried about promoting Jai Opatai than he is about his fucking people that he's toting out on these cards every weekend. Strickland Hernandez might have been the worst card of the year, bro. Strickland Hernandez could have been one of the worst cards of the year. Women they're just a non-factor. Jordan Levitt beats Yadier Del Valle. Again, Yadier Del Valle was supposed to be a prospect. Jordan Levitt takes him out. But who the fuck are these guys? Right? Phil Rowe loses a split decision to Jean Paul Lesboyani in his debut. Right? Then he gets cut. I'm just going to say shit fight. You know? Shit fight for Phil. Shit fight for Jean Paul. You know, just a shit fight. A split decision. Shit fight. You know? Punahele, Ramiz Brahimaj. I mean, Punahele, he's this is coming from a Hawaiian. You know, Punahele Soriano is barely a representation for Hawaii. You know, I'm not taking away his Hawaiian status, but I'm just saying that Punahele Soriano is nothing but a guy who fights in the UFC. That's who Punahele Soriano is nothing but a guy who fights in the UFC. He's nothing more, nothing less. He's simply a guy who fights for the UFC, and that's who 90% of these guys are. Guys who fight for the UFC. That's why the UFC sucks. You know, and I've been watching college wrestling, and you want to know one of the craziest things I see is how much the head coaches take the shine off of themselves and they put it on their players. AKA fucking attention whore ass, bald head ass Dana White. Start taking notes from college wrestling coaches. Stop taking all the shine for your fucking bald head ass and put it on your fighters. We don't know shit about them. All they are people who compete under your promotion. We don't know shit. Go do a story on Punahele, okay? Go follow him. Go learn about his Hawaiian heritage. Why didn't you go do a story on Phil Rowe and his mom, you know, suffering from fucking cancer? Where are these stories? Oh, Dana's too busy going on the pivot and fucking, you know, Club Shay Shay. Bald head ass fucking bitch, bro. Fuck Dana. Attention whore, bald head ass. Put the attention on the fighters. That's why we don't know any of them. Alden Correa, a dud. Alden Correa is a dud of a prospect. Puna whooped Euros. And where's Puna been? Barely anybody knows Puna whooped Euros. Barely anybody even knows Puna fought Euros. That's one of my points, Tony. Puna, he's got potential. He doesn't know how to promote himself, and the UFC won't do it for him. So that's why we're left with Punahele being a guy who fights in the UFC. You know, that's the problem. That's the fucking problem. But where's Punahele? Like, so much, bro. It's so much. Where's Punahele recognizing that and taking things into his own hands? He got no gall to him. He got no, what's the word? When you're fucking when you're a go-getter. He got none of that go-getter attitude. UFC not finna promote him, so he finna just sit on his fucking ass. Hawaii needs another representation. Max Holloway's on his way out. Dan fucking Ige, you know, he like a 500 fighter. So is Puna, by the way. All the Hawaiians are known for being 500 fighters. It's disgusting. But the bottom line is Hawaii is one of the biggest fan bases for combat sports. Go ahead and look at Google Trends and come back to me. Okay? And this is why, you know, there's no point in debating numbnuts like MMA Now. Because MMA Now doesn't even know what the top trending fucking state in the US is for MMA. I fucking do. And it's Hawaii, motherfuckers. Along with like Las Vegas. You know, if Las Vegas is first, then forgive me. I just wrote that off because Vegas is the fight capital. But bottom line is the top state outside of Vegas is Hawaii for the fastest growing fan base in in MMA. You know, is Hawaii. Okay, so why doesn't the UFC take that fucking statistic and start building up Punahele Soriano? Because Max Holloway is older and he's on his way out and we're going to need another Hawaiian representation. They're not even thinking about this shit. Not even worried about it. Not even on their fucking agenda. Not even on their mind. Alden Correa. Luis Gurul. Like I said, Alden Correa is supposed to be a prospect. Supposed to be, he reminds me of like a George Masvidal type prospect. Never mentioned George Masvidal and this dude's name in the same sentence. Never mentioned this dude's name in the same sentence. Jesse says Hawaii's issue is it's so expensive to hold events there. Not even talking about that. Not even talking about that. I'm talking about them promoting Hawaiian fighters because that's the same fan base that will follow. That's what I'm talking about. You know, people in Hawaii are big fans of the UFC. Okay, it would behoove the UFC to build up some Hawaiian fighters. Because when Punahele Soriano fights, nobody cares. But they could build it up to where people care about Punahele Soriano fighting. They could put him in main events. They could make him a face of Hawaii, but they don't do it. That's just one example of adding magnitude to things. You know, co-main event. I just told you guys with Dan Hooker and BSD. How excited were you? What were the stakes? What was there to fucking get up for? Nothing. There was none of that. You got to build that up. You got to give them the right opponents. Why didn't they do that for BSD? Ode Osborne, Albi Idris. Again, who the fuck are these guys? Carlos Leo, Chitty, and Joe Kawani. It's just like, bro, do I need to even say anything? Who the fuck sits at home and they're, oh my God, I can't wait for Chitty versus Carlos Leo. And I get it. I get it. You know, it was, you know, kind of an exciting fight on paper. And from what I remember, it was decently exciting as well. But it's just like, bro. Okay, so Tony says Leo fight was a banger, phenomenal fight. I had it as a fight of the year till yesterday. Okay, so I'll leave this one alone. I'll rely on you guys for some of the stuff. Like I said, I didn't have much to say about it. So it turned out to be a good fight. I'm going to leave it alone. But what I said, I do kind of stand on, you know, who the fuck was excited for this fight. But it turned out to be a good one, so I won't dock it. I won't dock the fight. Zach Reese, Michelle Pereira. Oh, God. Jacoby Smith, Josiah Harrell. We already spoke about Jacoby Smith. Guy is the truth. Guy is the future. He a real prospect. You know, Sergey Spivak, Ante Delia, I tuned out. Malik Wazell Costa, he's a good prospect, but what's the UFC doing to build him? This dude got a great story, right? He used to be black, now he's white. The whatever it's called, it took over, right? He used to be black, now he's essentially white. It's like a joke. But, you know, knocked out Danny again in the first round. Dude is a prospect. Dude has been winning. He on a massive win streak. I think maybe the longest win streak, one of the longest win streaks in the division, if I'm not mistaken. But Malik Wazell and Jacoby Smith, let's take an example of the two guys who are doing well. Two guys who I'm high on, right? Getting finishes against opponents that they should be or even better for Malik Wazell. He shouldn't have finished Dan, and he did. So even better for Malik Wazell. But what's the UFC doing to push him? What's the UFC doing to push Jacoby Smith? Nothing. No stories. The best Jacoby Smith has got is toted out at a Contender Series post-fight press conference. That's the most he ever got. You know, they toted him out at a Contender Series post-fight press conference. Not the one he won his contract on. Sharp says this card was a decision fest. Jacoby saved the card with the first KO of the night. Yeah, this card sucked dick. That's why I said it's probably one of the worst cards. Probably one of the worst cards. But shit, I'll give credit to Chitty, Jacoby, and Malik Wazell. But even Jeff Neal versus Euros Medic. Guys, this is the thing I'm talking about when I say, like, just because it was a KO... Just because it was a KO doesn't mean it's good, man. It doesn't mean it's good. We just spoke about it. Euros Medic got his fucking rocks knocked off him, right, by Punahele Soriano. Now Euros Medic finds himself in a co-main, knocks out Jeff Neal. Okay, washed-ass Jeff Neal. And now we're forced to be like, oh, wow, Euros Medic is very good, except for the fact that we already know homie's ceiling. And he has no ceiling. You know, Euros Medic has no fucking ceiling. It's already been explored. Why the fuck would you put Euros Medic in the co-main over with a guy who we already know is fucking ceiling over a guy like Malik Wazell? Why would you do that? Because you guys are just so X's and O's. Oh, ranked person versus ranked person, let's do it. Right? Bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Fuck you. I got to say this about Ari Emanuel, you know, back to what Kevin from Chicago was saying the other night during our Discord call. It's like, bro, they're just putting fights on. They are just putting fights on to appease the fucking, you know, contracts they're obligated to. Paramount, right? We promise you guys this many fights a year. We're giving you fights. We're signing people. It don't matter how good or how bad they are. We're just signing people. We're putting them on here. We're giving you the product. It don't matter. And I swear to God, that's like Ari Emanuel's doing in WME. You know, that's their fucking doing, bro. Deciding to go cheap for UFC White House, but spending a bag on the event on its own for Donald Trump? What the fuck, bro? We're missing out on the fights that we want because we can't afford it because we already dropped the bag on fucking building the thing for Donald Trump. What the fuck? That's the most backward ass shit I ever heard in my life. Hustling backwards 101. Hustling backwards 101. Spend all your budget on production and save nothing left for the talent, right? Save nothing left for the talent. Think about that. On paper, you spend all your budget on production. Okay, you spend $0 on talent. What kind of product do you expect to get? Drop the budget on production. Okay, drop the budget on production. You got no money left over to spend on talent. What are you expecting? Take any show in the world. Any show in the world, you drop the whole bag on all the bells and whistles, on the stage, on the fireworks, on the lights, on the venue. You don't got no more money for talent. You're forced to go on the streets and find whatever you can get. Whoever will agree. This is the fucking UFC. Whoever will agree, whoever will say yes when you go up to them and ask them. Then you throw all of them into this little Chippendales dance show, right? That you just spent your whole budget on in Vegas. How good is that Chippendales performance supposed to be? I rest my case. I rest my fucking case. I really don't need to say anything else, I feel like. I really don't need to say anything else. I think the case has been rested. Hustling backwards 101, bro. The UFC. And just a side note, I am right. I was right about Jon Jones. Dana spoke on him. I guess I'll get to it later. But I am right about Jon Jones. Jon Jones was treated like basically the UFC never was going to put him on UFC White House. I know people are going to say, why wouldn't they? He's a big fight. Because they don't trust him. He like an ex who cheated on him, bro, with that Tom Aspinall shit. They don't trust him, but they hit that ex back up just as a little like, fuck you. Like, look, I'll fuck you tonight if I don't got no one else who answers my text messages. And then it'll also be like a dub on my behalf because I used your ass. If you know game, you know game. If you know ball, you know ball. But that's what the UFC did to Jon Jones. And Dana confirmed it last night again. Yes, they reached out to Jon Jones, but they reached out for everybody. Jon Jones was nothing but that little side piece, right? Who the UFC dumped off a while ago. Going back to it, though, Euros medic Jeff Neal, right? Yes, he wins the co-main event, and it's in a propped up spot to where usually if you win a co-main event, there's some stake behind it. There's some excitement. You got a future ahead of you. Not this case, because it was Euros medic versus Jeff Neal. It would have been that way if it was Malik Wazell versus Dan Ige up in that co-main instead. Because being in that co-main, it elevates you. It elevates the expectation, the notoriety. So if you don't have any expectation, if you don't have any notoriety coming off of a win, you shouldn't be in a co-main. I don't know who's making these fucking schedules. Sean Strickland and Anthony Hernandez, we all know the deal. Good shit. Moreno versus Kavanaugh, probably the second worst card of the year. Strickland and Strickland, Fluffy, and these two are some of the worst cards of the year. Damian Penis versus Wes Schultz. Who the fuck are these guys? Eric Silva versus Francis Marshall. Who the fuck are these guys? This is what I mean when I say I blame WME for signing Francis Marshall. I blame WME for signing Eric Silva. I blame WME for signing... Well, Javier Reyes is 23-5. Looks like an actual matchmaker signed him. Douglas De Andrade versus Javier Reyes, though. Come on, bro. Who's Javier Reyes again? Sure, you knocked out Douglas Silva De Andrade, and I care why. This is about the UFC sucking, and this is the harsh truths. And this means that we're not glazing people up off of finishes. And, no, bro. This is deeper than that. It's deeper than just a fight performance. It's deeper than a finish. Okay, it's about everything tied into one. And the real question is, Javier Reyes knocked out Douglas Silva De Andrade, and I care why. Why do I care? Christian Quinones versus Chris Mutino. The UFC is dog shit in the Big 26. The UFC is complete dog shit. Once again, we had to imagine sitting through Christian Quinones versus Chris Mutino, unanimous decision fight. I didn't even join this card. I didn't watch any of these fights, and I'm still speaking about it. And I'd love for somebody to be like, oh, you're so ignorant speaking about something you didn't watch. Go fucking cry. Go get some fucking tissues while I play the world's smallest violin for your bitch ass. I don't need to watch this shit. This shit ain't even worth my time. I'm better than this. I got better shit to do than sit around on my ass and watch this dog shit. Week after fucking week, this dog shit. While the UFC shills Try to gaslight me into watching this dog shit. Fucking dog shit. Chris Mutino, the guy who Sean O'Malley made it his name off of like half a decade ago. Dog shit. You can tell how disgusted I am by just the way I say that. Ryan Gandra, Daniel, Jose, fuck, I don't even know his name. We're skipping it. Jose Daniel Medina. And I care why that Ryan Gandra knocked him out. I care why. Why do I fucking care? Now, here we go. Finally, we got one. And hopefully you guys can understand the difference in who the fuck I glaze up and who I don't, bro. Santiago Luna, Angel Pacheco. Santiago Luna comes in there, shows out, bro. This dude is a prospect. Santiago Luna, a prospect. Young buck, Mexican, speaks perfect English too, bilingual, great hands. I mean, this kid's the truth. Santiago Luna, a young prospect. This is good shit. This is good shit. LOL, this clip-worthy moment. Shout out to Tyler Betts. Thank you for letting me know that. I will keep that mental note in my head. I was going to clip off the part of me saying watching MVP is like being forced to watch Korn and not FAP. But it was pretty vulgar. I might still clip that off, though. Just because I think a lot of people would resonate with that. It's so mind-numbing. It's like torture. But yeah, Santiago Luna, Angel Pacheco, good shit. Good shit, man. Okay? Good shit. Imanol Rodriguez versus Kevin Borjas, another solid fight, right? I think Imanol might be a tough winner. Team DC, second round knockout prospect. I mean, this is good shit. This is good shit. This is what the UFC needs more of, you know? But Imanol was from The Ultimate Fighter. Santiago Luna, I don't know where he's from. But the UFC needs to replicate this. Okay, by me pointing out the ones who are good, I would like to see this multiplied in the UFC, right? I would like to see this multiplied. A lot more of these guys in here. You know, you don't have to be 23 and whatever. You just need to be a young prospect, 8-0, 7-1. But this Ryan Gondra guy, come on, bro. I don't give a fuck about this guy. I just don't give a fuck about him. And it's because my patience is so tested. Maybe I would give more fucks about him if my patience wasn't so tested. But now I've wasted so much time that it's just like, you know, I'm on straight fucking, what's that old ass app? I'm on straight Tinder, swiping left and right. That's what I'm on right now. On Tinder, swiping left and right. Because my patience is tested, bro. Because my patience is tested. Because there's so many shit fights out there. If there weren't so many shit fights, I would have given Ryan Gondra maybe a shot. You know? But my patience is tested. And that means people are getting shortchanged, you know, on the belief that me and a lot of fans would give them. Because all of our patience are tested. We don't want to hear about these guys from Brazil anymore. Edgar Chairez, Felipe Burns or Boons. I mean, Edgar Chairez, he cool. He cool. I don't got much to say. King Green, Daniel Zellhuber. Shout out to Bobby, but Daniel Zellhuber is an example of why the UFC sucks. You know, he is bringing down the product. He should be cut immediately. I don't even know why they ever signed him in the first place. You know, but he's tearing down the product. He absolutely fucking sucks. He's not even on the same level as a Santiago Luna or Imanol, in my humble opinion. You know, he's a squeak by fighter. If he wins, it's barely a win anyway. You know, Marlon Vera, David Martinez. Brandon Moreno, Loner Kavanaugh. It was a dog shit fight. It was a dog shit fight, whether people want to acknowledge it or not. Brandon was fucking hugging this dude constantly. Constantly hugging this dude. And this one, I don't got an explanation for you. You know, yeah, this is an example of why the UFC sucks now. Brandon Moreno versus Loner Kavanaugh, right? And Brandon kind of stunk it up. So it's not really the UFC's fault here. I told you guys, usually I have some solutions. Today, you know, I might not have solutions. I might just present you guys with these things at face value, and I don't got a solution necessarily. You know, I'm pretty solution minded, but right now, you know, I don't got much solutions. Like, yeah, the UFC sucks, and a lot of it is because of the UFC, but there is a part of it that has to do with the fighters, and I don't have an explanation for that for you guys at all. I don't. I wish I did. You know, I wish I had an explanation. Prospect Luke Fernandez gets knocked out by Rodolfo Bellato. Sorry ass Rodolfo Bellato, who had that one controversial stoppage in one of his fights. Rafael Tobias, DR Nurgazai, never heard of either one. Sumu Derji, Jesus Aguilar. Sumu Derji, we seen his ceiling. Cody Durden, Niamar. Didn't watch it, I'll be honest. Ricky Tercios, Alberto Montez. Guys, these are the fights that we're talking about. These are the fights that we're talking about. Week after week, week after week, I've read out all these names. Week after week, no names. Week after week, boys, it's all no names. Week after week. You know, you can call me a casual if you really want to. You know, if being a casual means I don't know Rafael Tobias and DR Nurgazai, then I'm a casual. I'm a certified casual because I don't know these guys. But would I really be a casual, or does that just make me not a degenerate better? You know, just allow me to call you betters degenerates. It's okay. It's all love. I'm a degenerate in my own rights. You know, in my normal life, I'm pretty much a degenerate. I like to be a degenerate. So it's not really offensive. But I'm just saying, am I really a casual, or me not knowing DR Nurgazai, am I more so just not a degenerate better? You know, because these degens, these betters out there, they can't help themselves. They be betting on everything they can get their hands on. And because they're putting money down on it, right, they're going to do their homework so that they can at least have an educated decision, which I don't blame them. But then also with that, you know, they get more excited about these fighters because, number one, they watch them fight, and I don't. And number two, regardless of if it's an exciting fight or not, they sometimes get it twisted because if their fighter wins, they're going to be elated that they won their money, right? They're going to be elated that they won their money. So it makes it, you know, the bettors, they do cloud up some, they do make it a little bit confusing because the bettors, I think sometimes they're a little bit confused, you know, and it's not every bettor. I'm sure Tyler Betts is a lot more woke than your average bettor based off everything he always says in the chat. But, you know, I think a lot of the bettors, they you know, they will love a fighter because they won their bet. Can I put it like that? You know, a lot of degenerate betting fans, they'll be like, oh my God, I love Rodolfo Bellato. Don't talk bad about him. But really deep down, it's because they put money on him and they won the money, you know, and they're happy about that. And they love Rodolfo for it. And they might also be like 16, 17, 18 years old. So it's just different. You know, but these are voices in the sport that you might hear people saying like more positive things about. And I'm just saying, you know, call me casual if you want to. But honestly, I don't think it's casual to not know these guys. I think it's more so, you know, I'm not a degenerate better. And like, I think it would be more casual to be like, oh, you don't know Luke Fernandez, a guy who was a champion on the regional scene in the US. That would be more so like, okay, that could be casual. You know, that could be casual. Right? A hardcore is going to know a lot of the good guys before they make it into the UFC on the US scene. Right? But how the fuck I'm supposed to know about like a Brazilian guy fighting in Brazil as an American? That's why I don't really know like a Rafael Tobias. Because how the fuck am I supposed to follow that? All right. And that should be totally fine. But Rafael Tobias, speaking about what I said before, why MMA sucks too is because it's not an Olympic sport. MMA sucks because it's not an Olympic sport. Anybody can come in here and do it. There's no barrier for entry. right? You'll see the craziest knockouts you ever seen in MMA, and it's not because these guys are skilled. It's because there's no barrier for entry, and these guys fucking suck who are coming in here. I saw several regional scene knockouts over this weekend that are nasty. You know, does that mean these guys are good fighters? Not really, bro. Not really. I mean, if Rafael Tobias is coming into our American promotion and we don't know anything about him because he's a foreigner, wouldn't it behoove everybody involved, if we were like, well, Rafael Tobias, he's a he's an Olympic bronze medalist. HT says Jay shouting at 90% of fighters I have no clue about. Shit, that makes two of us. I might be shouting him out, but I don't even know them. You feel me? But to my point about just slipped my mind. I will not let this point slip my mind. 1 second. I saw several regional scene knockouts over this weekend that are nasty. That's right. That's right. I'm talking about the UFC not being an Olympic sport. So yeah, the UFC is not an Olympic sport. And with that being said, when guys come into our American promotion, like a Rafael Tobias, okay, it would be nice to be like, oh, Rafael Tobias, he competed in this year's Olympic Games. He was a bronze medalist. He's pretty good. That's what happens with the guys that tank fights. They competed in the Olympics, so to speak, if they're foreign. If they're Cuban and shit, they got accolades. So, I mean, that's one of my bigger complaints about MMA as a whole, is that there's no barrier for entry. Anybody can come in here, and that's why we're throwing anybody up in here, and we don't even know their names because they haven't accomplished anything. Because anything they have accomplished, it doesn't even mean anything. It's insane. Gravy Show, what's poppin', homie? Chain Fire Mech Warrior, what's poppin', homie? Junior Mint says, how long people been saying casual? It's slightly new, maybe like 5 or 6 years. 1 second. Gravy, I'm doing good, homie. I'm doing good. But let's continue going through this. Cody Brundage, Dante Johnson, undefeated Dante wins a split decision against Cody Brundage. Oh my gosh. I mean, you could just cut him now. You could just cut this dude now. We already know his ceiling. Guys, undersized for middleweight at that. Drops a split decision to Cody Brundage. We already know his ceiling. The truth is right. This guy kind of looks like Machida. The truth is right. You wrote that as if you've never been in here before. This guy, as if you're seeing me for the first time. The truth is right. You've been in here plenty of times. Tony says, I don't know. I kind of like that anyone can join the sport. Nah, bro. Nah. Anyone can't join wrestling. Anyone can't join boxing, bro. I know Jake Paul did it, but he got money, so he's not really anyone. But just trust me, Tony. You can have your opinion and I'll have mine. But I would say, homie, and it's okay if you don't want to trust me on that, but I would say, homie, just trust me, bro. Just trust me. It's not a good thing for the UFC that anyone can join. These guys should have accolades. They should be coming up in the same systems, whether or not it's international. They should be coming up in the same systems, competing in the same type of circuits, right? So we have a real gauge as to how good these guys are. Because honestly, bro, everybody's just shooting in the dark. Just signing anybody, signing them up in numbers, right? We're covering our bases by signing them off, by signing guys in big numbers, and then we're being super cutthroat at the same time. So it just that's also not a good sport, bro. It's also not a good sport. Let's sign everybody because we really don't know how good anybody is. Because there's no system that everybody comes up in. Do you see my point? It's very simple. It's very simple. If everybody comes up in the same system, you know how good people are, you know who to sign and who not to sign. We don't have that here. So what does the UFC do? They sign everybody. They sign everybody because we don't know how good anybody can be because nobody comes up in the same system. And then on top of that, we cut them super quick. We're super cutthroat with it. It's borderline evil, bro. It's borderline evil. Like, it's actually low key. There's an evilness factor to it. You know, you present this company as if it's this big old glorious company. The end all be all as an MMA fighter is to make it to the UFC. But people don't know that really making it to the UFC ain't shit. It doesn't do shit for you. Right? But then what are you supposed to do? Get signed to the UFC and be a part-time fighter and not sell out on your dream? Okay, do that and see how far you get. You're not going to get far doing that, and you're not going to get far, right? Selling out, so to speak, for your dream if the UFC signs you and you're just not one of these great fighters. I don't know if you're really getting what I'm trying to say, but what I'm trying to say is that I could get fucking signed to the UFC. That's what I'm trying to fucking say. I could get signed to the UFC. I could go beat fucking 5 dudes' asses in my home fucking town at OC Fight Club and go on Contender Series and get signed. But that doesn't mean I'm shit. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Just because you're signed to the UFC, it don't mean you're shit. Because the UFC is just covering their bases. They're signing everybody and anybody. They're trying to hit a lotto. They're trying to find that one needle in a haystack, and they're going to sign everybody. They're playing lotto numbers. They say, it's like swiping everybody right. They're swiping everybody right. Because if I swipe everybody right, I gotta get a couple baddies. But if I'm super selective, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, shit, I might deny a baddie who liked me just by accident. I'm gonna swipe them all. That's the UFC. They're on Tinder swiping left or right. I don't know what the fuck the accept side is. But they're swiping left or they're swiping right. But bottom line, they're accepting everybody who comes across. I could make it to the UFC. It doesn't mean I'm good. It doesn't mean I'm shit. And this is what I'm trying to tell you. But if I made it to the UFC, right, wouldn't I want to sell out for my dream to see how good I can be? But no matter how hard I ever worked, no matter how much work I put in, right, I probably couldn't be the world champion in the UFC. But I could make it there, and that's the confusing thing, the fact that people can make it there and still not be shit, still never have the chance of achieving shit in there or making money. It's like chasing clout over money, bro. It's crazy. And I can't fully explain it like in a roundabout way, but I'm pretty sure I did. I'm pretty sure I did explain it the best way possible. And it's just to say, man, it's just to say, it's wolf tickets. You know, the UFC whole promotion is like wolf tickets. Like, that's where you should be. That's where you've made it. That's the end all be all. That's my point. That's my point. I could get signed to the fucking promotion. Feel bad for these guys. It's literally evil, bro. If you understood that it's literally evil, you guys you're better off not signing them and not giving them hopes. That's like giving somebody hopes who doesn't deserve to have hopes. I hope you guys are understanding that. In a more baseline example, that's like giving somebody hope who shouldn't get any hope in the first place. That's like somebody who doesn't have a chance at doing something in their life, and you give them hope that they can, and they waste 5 years trying to do it, even though you knew they never could. You're fucking evil, bro. You wasted 5 years of that human being's life. In my opinion, that's fucking evil. I would even get on a dude to some degree. You know, like there's dudes out there who waste women's prime years and then they like dump them and shit. Like that's kind of evil too, low key. Kinda. It's kind of fucked up. You know, and I'm not this guy who's like, oh, you got to be with the same woman forever. I'm just saying, like, you know, I'm just saying, I'm using an example. You know, you take them for the best that they got. And then like, once they don't got anything to offer anymore, you discard of them. right? And why I'm using the woman as an example, saying like guys do this to women, is because what happens when a guy dumps a woman at 32, 33 years old after she spent the last, 8 years with the guy, right? Well, now she has no shot at having kids because we all know the deal. The market for women to get picked up, to get married, to have babies, to have children is essentially, right up until you're 30. If you're 30 and you don't got that shit figured out as a girl, you are fucked. You have essentially cut your losses with having kids in the future. And that's the same thing with the UFC, if you can understand what I'm trying to say with that. You get signed to the UFC, you spend 2.5 years here, taking brain damage, taking bodily injury. The UFC dumps you, right? Now you're past your prime, so to speak. In other words, you got CTE and your fucking body is fucked up. And now you got to go do the inevitable that you've already delayed, which is go get a regular job, a regular career, and take care of your family. But now you're 30-something years old. You don't got the same luxuries or time as a young man. You don't got the time to waste. So now you're just forced to jump right into it. Now you just got to be a fucking, graveyard worker at CVS. You could never do what I'm doing here, taking time to build something, because the UFC would have robbed that from you. The UFC would have robbed that opportunity from you. Because what I'm doing here is something that takes, essentially, this is that building thing that I was just speaking of, where it's like, yeah, you're building, you're taking advantage of the time you have. The UFC will rob fighters of that and sign them, bro. Instead of just saying, no, you're not even good enough for us in the first place. Let me save you the trouble. Don't even come in here. You wouldn't do well here. Go get a regular job, homie. Take care of your family. I'm actually doing you a favor. I know it seems like I'm crushing your dreams, but it would be worse off if I signed you. It's like stringing along a bitch. If you're not into her, then dump her, bro, and don't fucking string her along. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. A girl really likes you, you dump her, and you're just going to keep stringing her along. You're a fucked up individual. And that's what the UFC does to, its fighters, essentially. They string them along. They string them along just in case they might have been something, And that's like stringing along a baddie or a chick, like a mid girl, just in case she becomes something. You're selfish, bro. Go let her go to somebody else who would actually appreciate her. Not fucking you, who's just waiting to see if she's going to be hot enough for you in the future. Let her be free and go to somebody who actually appreciates her. Same with the UFC. Same with the fucking UFC. I'm pretty much almost like so fed up with this shit. I'm almost done reading off all these fights, but I'm going to do it again for this card. Okay, Luke Fernandez, Rodolfo Bellato, dog shit. I don't even know. I'm just speaking at this point. Honestly, I'm not even speaking. I'm just speaking at this point. Let me calm down. My brain is on such a fucking rant right now. All I want to say is negative things about the UFC. So let me just calm down. All right, I'm checking myself. I'm back in it. Everybody liked the stream because that rant I gave you, I'm telling you guys, you don't get these fucking rants here. I should be the biggest stream in the game. I swear to God. I swear to God. I'm surprised it's not the biggest stream in the game yet. Where the fuck would you get something like this from? I see Tony saying, yeah, that is evil for real. Gravy says, don't get used and abused. Yup. John Dong says, I never thought about it like that. That's why you tune in. That's why you tune in, because I fucking think outside the box. And that's why I'm the one who got the thumbnail. I put my balls on the table tonight and I said the UFC sucks now. I'm the one who thinks outside the box. Nah, man, you got me thinking, bro. Exactly, bro. Fuck the UFC. Spam this fucking stream in their comments. I'm on to them, bro. I'm on to them. Like white on motherfucking rice, I'm on them. Junior Mint, I don't know if I read it, but Junior Mint said this is the best channel. Shout out to Junior Mint. Thank you, homie. All I could say is thank you. Gravy says UFC been selling wolf tickets for years. Ruby Z says NCAA wrestling was lit. W stream Castro. Thank you, Ruby Z. NCAA wrestling was lit. If you boys are MMA fans and you don't watch college wrestling, what you doing, homie? What you doing? These are some of the greatest stories ever. And when you can compare things. I told you that I'm on Bo Nickals' ass because I follow college wrestling. I know how the wrestlers deal with media in college wrestling. And it doesn't, the way they deal with media in college wrestling is the exact opposite of how you should deal with it in the UFC. So I don't use I watch wrestling, but it's to also contrast things and to gain a broader perspective of how things work. And that might be one negative thing I say about the college wrestling that translates to the UFC, but there's a lot of other positive things that are happening and taking place in college wrestling right now that I think would behoove the UFC. And you guys need to see it with your own eyes because you watch the UFC. You need to see how different some of this shit is. That's why I explained and I said, bro, Cael Sanderson doesn't even want to talk about himself. He's the most famous fucking coach. He's like the most famous guy in college wrestling, point blank, period. Okay, he's like the fucking face of everything. He like the George Washington. He on the dollar bill. Okay, Cael Sanderson. He doesn't even want to talk about himself, bro. All he does is big up his wrestlers. Bigs up his wrestlers. He's made so many of these wrestlers stars, and they're only there for 4 years at a time, bro. And you always know about these guys. Dana White is underachieving as the UFC fucking CEO, fucking whatever the fuck he is. And that's where you guys could pick up things on both ends. On both ends. You could see why Bo Nickal's the way he is in the UFC, and you can also see, what maybe the UFC could do differently. That's a little bit of a tangent, but I was just saying, you guys should be watching the NCAAs, man. It's good shit. It's, we watch MMA mixed martial arts. I feel like we should care about some of the martial arts, I noticed a lot of you guys don't watch wrestling and boxing. And, I think you guys should be watching wrestling and boxing and jiu-jitsu too, for that matter. These are some of the bigger martial arts that we like to, that are involved in the game, so to speak. And if you understand all these martial arts, I think it can only help you when it comes to being a fan of the game. It can only help you. Okay, so sorry for staying on this one for so long. Hold on, let me read a couple more of these chats. Yeah, Rich Sarzard says, you got me thinking. You hit me hard with that truth. Good. I'm glad I'm hitting you boys hard with that fucking truth. It needed to be done. And you see why I'm saying MMA Now 27 or whatever the fuck his name is doesn't bother in a conversation with me? That fucking bird for brains, bro. MMA Now was trying to debate with me. Homie, I got bigger fish to fry. I got fucking big thoughts to get off my chest. I got big thoughts to get off my chest. And that fucking idiot was bothering me, bro. MMA Now dropping in my stream thinking this is big moment to debate me. Homie, I got a world to conquer. I got the UFC to fucking conquer. I got the UFC to fucking run, bro. I don't got time to listen to your fucking thoughts. Holy moly, bro. I got the big picture. Just like Chain Firing Mech Warrior says, Jacob gets the big picture. You feel me? We got the big picture over here. Ruby Z, I just got to say thank you, homie. I appreciate it when you guys, co-sign me. It does mean a lot. So I want to say thank you. But Ruby Z says, Castro, the dopest live streamer in the MMA space. Shit, that shit is not, I do not take that lightly. So thank you. AI2A says, I haven't been here for 2 days. I hate to do construction all day, or I had to do construction all day. AI2A, no worries, homie. You can be in here when you make it when you make it, homie. But I'm glad you're in here, and this is a solid stream. I've been on my fucking rant. I'm about to lose my voice. That's how pissed off I am. I'm losing my voice on the UFC right now. Losing my voice on the UFC right now because I care. Because I care, and I will never let anybody fucking tell me otherwise. I will never. I told you, I'm one of the top fucking people. I'm one of the top fans. Like, I'm one of the top supporters of the UFC. And for me to say that this shit sucks, okay, it fucking sucks. Miata Boy says I'm late. Shout out Miata Boy. You made it, though. You made it. Like I just told AI2A, shit, you're going to make it when you make it, homie. No sweat. I started a bit early, but I was really late at the same time. All right? If you know, you know. Air Hobby says the fan base is a bunch of nerds who probably never even been in a fight, so they have to cater to these fans with lame rule sets geared towards lame fighting styles and commentary glazing grappling. Interesting, Javi. Interesting. I don't fuck with the UFC rule set, and that's a conversation for a different day. I'm not even going to go into that really, but I don't fuck with the UFC rule set. I think it's too favored towards the grappling, and I would rather that, my favorite rule set is Ryzen. The only thing that I would add, and again, this is why you got to be a longtime fan, because these new fans don't know nothing about Pride's 10-minute first rounds back in the day. Do you? Do you, new fans? All these new fans, they don't know about Pride's 10-minute first rounds back in the day, but I do. And in my opinion, I just had to flex for the one time on that one. But in my opinion, okay, Ryzen should add that to their criteria. Ryzen mixed with 10-minute first rounds would be the cream of the fucking crop rule set. We don't need, 10-minute first rounds is perfect. The UFC started with no time limit. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. The UFC started with no time limit, so 10-minute first rounds really ain't nothing. Soda Pop says, hi, what's poppin', Soda Pop? HT says, moments like this, I'll always stand beside Jay. I'm his soldier. He's a real one. Shit, shout out to HT. Much appreciated. The soldiers in the streets, we growing by the day, and we're going to be one of the biggest armies soon enough. We're going to be one of the biggest armies soon enough. And we're going to make some change for real. We're going to make some change for real. We finna start spamming everybody who be acting up. I can't wait for it. I can't wait for it. We getting there. We getting there. I guess this is a compliment to MMA Guru, but we're going to eventually be like the MMA Guru fan base. You feel me? That's what we're working for. We're going to be like the MMA Guru fan base. We're going to literally constitute change in the sport just through you guys. We the fucking streets, baby. We the fucking streets. And we represent MMA as a whole. We are MMA. We are the UFC. All right, shout out to everybody in the chat. Miata Boy says, as a D1 Bronx Glazer, he is the BMF. Yeah, that's fine. I'm honestly, I'm not one to be like, oh yeah, do Bronx ain't the BMF. There's a lot of things people are choosing to get their panties up in a bunch about, and in my opinion, it's like the wrong things. I can read you a post from ACDMMA later on. ACDMMA, kind of like me, I guess he thinks the UFC sucks too now. He had a lot of points, and they weren't, they were like a bunch of weird things. Like, he says the UFC sucks, and then he's like, get Colby out of the rankings. It's like, bro, that's not why UFC sucks. Like, yeah, Colby's in the rankings, and maybe he shouldn't be. But is that really why the UFC sucks every weekend? No. Because we've been in this shit for 3 months now, right? We're about 3 months in. A little less maybe. But Colby Covington has had nothing to do with the UFC sucking the first 3 months. So why are you bringing that up when you say the UFC sucks now, right? And then you're going to say, first thing to fix the UFC sucking, take Colby out of the rankings? Like, homie. See what I mean, though? These fans, bro, or these guys, they're just not like me. They're just not like me. And I'm not trying to big up myself, but I'm just saying it pisses me off. It pisses me off when I read shit like that. Like, oh my God, bro, do you really care about the sport, or do you care about, like, spewing out other fans' narratives? Like, oh my God, if I had a nickel for every time I heard that Colby Covington shouldn't be in the welterweight rankings. If I had a fucking nickel. I was going to say this too, Miata Boy. You might not like the stream. This might not be your favorite. I know you know what you're clicking in on because the thumbnail says the UFC sucks now. I'd like to get your take on it, just to get your quick thoughts if you think the UFC sucks now or not in the Big 26. But I know you love the UFC, and I love the UFC too, so don't get it fucking twisted. But in my opinion, it sucks now. But I'm just saying that to say it might not be your favorite stream. And I won't be addressing all of your arguments because I got the big picture to get out to everybody. But maybe once I'm done getting the big picture out, I'd be open to hearing some arguments from anybody who thinks that the UFC is good in the Big 26. Okay. So I left off on this Dante Johnson, Cody Brundage, and I said what I said about it. Dante Johnson, you can just cut him now and save the trouble. It's no hate, but this is what I just was speaking about, where it's like it might be more evil to keep this guy Dante Johnson around. It might be more evil to keep Dante Johnson around. I'm afraid we've already seen his ceiling. Maybe let him fight out his contract, obviously, right? And then just get rid of him. Because I mean, he's better off going and getting a regular job and taking care of his family, and that's no hate, bro. But you're not in the right weight class. You're split decisioning fucking Cody Brundage. Like, think about Austin Lane, bro. That shit is actually sad. I know Austin Lane, he gets knocked out a lot, but think about what he's gonna do to for his family. You know, that's the thing about Austin Lane that is actually pretty sad, you know. And how many of these years that he wasted in the UFC that he won't get back could he have spent, right, going and getting a regular job? I told you guys, my mom used to live here in California. Okay, she moved to Hawaii when she was like 50. All right, moved to Hawaii when she was like fucking 50, and she got a better paying job within 6 months in Hawaii and started making better money than UFC fighters. Started a brand new job, a brand new career, got a job at a hotel. Started at the front desk, worked up to selling timeshares. Okay. And within a calendar year, she's making more money than starting UFC fighters. As a 50-year-old woman, starting brand new in a career through a hotel. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm saying, like, that's a perfect example. Don't think that, like, Austin Lane spending the last 3 years in the UFC, he couldn't have been off doing something better with his life. He could have. But the UFC sells wolf tickets like they're this promotion that's going to change your fucking life. And it's not, bro. It's not. It's not. I got so much to fucking say. So much to say. Like, so much. We haven't even got into, you know, Dana White and shutting down the boxing for UFC fighters. We haven't even got to the ACD post of his thoughts about how to fix the fucking game. Things that are slipping my mind. Oh, the UFC female fighter jumping around in her hotel room, standing on pins and needles for Dana White to announce the post-fight bonuses. I told you guys last week that shit was goofy when Kevin Vallejos did it. Now it's even goofier when this other woman's doing it. It's a sad fucking state. She's not, I saw somebody wrote this. She's not even happy about her win. She's happy she got the bonus. You know? She's not even happy about her win. She's happy she got the bonus. Miata Boy says, Austin did 5 seasons in the NFL. Buddy is doing good. I bet he's getting paid $100K because he's 6'6", former NFL player. I mean, I'm pretty sure like more than 50% of former NFL players go broke. You know? Who knows? Who knows? I'm not here to speak about Austin. I was just speaking about Austin Lane. But, you know, I'll just leave that be. Like I said, I'm not going to address all the contradictions, but feel free to drop it in. I'll respond if I want to, but, you know, you guys can choose who you know, where you fall on things. I said what I said about Austin Lane. Miata Boy said what he said. I'm not saying Miata Boy's lying, but you guys can use your own discernment and fall wherever you may with that. It might be somewhere in the middle. You feel me? It might be somewhere in the middle. Is Austin Lane low-key fucked? Maybe a little bit. Is he not as badly fucked as other UFC fighters who weren't NFL players? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. It's probably a little bit of both. But, you know, I'd be surprised if first off, I'd be surprised if Austin Lane is getting paid $100K and $100K. He's probably on $50K, $50K. And, you know, that just is what it is. Where did we leave off? Dante Johnson, Cody Garbrandt, Zhao Long. I mean, this was like shades of Mohamed Mokaev versus Manel Kopp. This was shades of that. Lots of barking. Referee steps out of the way. Zero fighting. Lots of barking. Referee steps out of the way. Zero fighting. Miata Boy says Jeremy Stephens is my favorite can. Honestly, to the narrative that the UFC sucks now, Jeremy Stephens never made the UFC suck. You know, Jeremy Stephens was one of the people who built up the UFC to be an exciting fucking promotion. Never forget when he broke RDA's jaw. Rafael Dos Anjos' jaw. He also beat the shit out of somebody else. Oh, Charles Oliveira and shit. The good old days, man. Gregory Rodriguez versus Bruno Ferreira. Decent fight. It's a decent fight. I'm not going to, you know, not much to it, though. But it's a good fight. It's actually one of the better ones. Of recent memory, it's one of the better ones. Drew Dober, Michael Johnson, one of the better ones of recent memory. But again, you know, Drew Dober, Michael Johnson, this is the old guard. Raul Rosas, a part of the new guard, getting an opportunity against the old guard and Rob Font. And Raul Rosas Jr. absolutely fucking sucks. He's another one of these guys. This is what we got to look forward to. We got to look forward to 10 more years of Raul Rosas Jr. fights. We don't got 10 more years to look forward to of Drew Dober fights. We know those are bangers. You guys feel me, right? Like, we know Drew Dober fights are bangers. You know, yeah, we don't got 10 years to look forward to of that. We got 10 years to look forward to of Raul Rosas Jr. fucking snooze fest. And that is why the UFC sucks now. That is why the UFC sucks now, because these are the guys who are our future. You know, Alden Correa, George Masvidal, negative 2.0. You feel me? Never in my life have I handed out a negative 2.0 score. But Alden Correa is literally negative 2.0 George Masvidal. He's a worser version. We already lost George Masvidal. Now we got negative 2.0 George Masvidal signed to the UFC. Oh my gosh. Kyle Braulio versus RDR. I'm not going to hate on it. Actually, I'm not going to hate on it. I know a lot of guys do want to hate on it. I'm not one of them. You know what I mean? I fuck with Kyle. I respect him because he's a good fighter. At the end of the day, I respect Kyle because he's a good fighter and he does have elite skills, and I do respect it. And I can't say that about a lot of guys. You know, I just can't. But Kyle Braulio, he's one of these guys. You know, I really do respect Kyle. Truly, I really do. I really do. I think he might be a bit goofy sometimes, but I respect him. You know, and I would never talk trash on Kyo's fighting style or really anything. Really anything. I see people trashing him a little bit for that performance against RDR. And, you know, I'm just not one of those people. I'm not one of those people. You could let your criticism be known, though. RDR, he wasn't a bad signing either. Max Holloway versus Charles. It just sucks because this fight did suck, you know. And like I said, I don't have answers, right? This is the second co-main event that sucked, and the UFC had nothing to do with it, right? Charles Oliveira versus Max Holloway sucked, and, you know, it's not the UFC's fault. Brandon Moreno versus Loner Kavanaugh sucked, and it's not the UFC's fault. So what's with it? You know, these fighters are really stinking it up too. And I find that funny, you know, that these fighters are stinking it up. I can't explain it. The only thing I can really say, and I know, here comes the daily dose of me glazing Joaquin Buckley. I get it. You know, here comes the daily dose of me glazing Joaquin Buckley. But, you know, with guys like Brandon Moreno and Charles Oliveira electing to make boring main events, you know, it just makes me that much more excited to see a real fighter like Joaquin return. Just honestly, point blank period, it makes me much more excited to see a real fighter like Joaquin Buckley return. You know, because Joaquin ain't going to stink up a main event like Charles did, and Joaquin ain't finna stink up a main event like Brandon Moreno did. And I think that's why I know people like to hate on Joaquin, but there's a reason why I like Joaquin. And like some of you guys know, it's like I see the bigger picture. So maybe sometimes just trust me, boys. Maybe sometimes just trust me. You know? I see the bigger picture. But yeah, I can only say that it's not the UFC's fault that Max Holloway versus Charles Oliveira sucked. It's pretty much Charles Oliveira's fault that it sucked. Max Holloway's fault for still not being that good at grappling. And I'm excited for a guy like Joaquin Buckley to return and show why, you know, people should be more fans of him. People love Charles Oliveira, right? And I get it. He's been exciting. One fight doesn't mean you don't need to be a fan of him. But I'm just saying, you know, if you can forgive a little bit of a misstep for Charles Oliveira, right? If this isn't going to make you not be a fan of him, then shit. Don't let Joaquin Buckley's missteps make you not a fan of him. He's also a great fighter. And I'm not saying Charles is a bad fighter or not an exciting fighter. He is, and he has always been an exciting fighter. So I would just say that, like, yeah. If you guys are going to forgive Charles Oliveira, give Joaquin Buckley a second chance. He got a big fight coming up. The UFC sucks now. Okay, give Joaquin a second chance. That's all I'm telling you, boys. I'm going to leave it alone. The glaze session is over with. Movsar versus Volk, who you bet for? Honestly, MLE, I'm going to pick Movsar. I think that the pressure with the striking that Movsar displayed against Lerone, I think he's finna catch Volkanovski Not with a punch, but with takedowns. You know, I think the pressure is going to be too much for Volk, and he's going to be able to get him down. Raw thought, you know, I'll take Movsar over Volk. Raw thought. It's a great poll though. Air Hobby says because they ain't fighters, they are competitors. Bro, yes, bro. And I wish people could realize that like, oh my God, why do you think we all love Nate Diaz? You know, it's because he's a fighter. He's a real fighter. And people should really like real fighters in the game. You know, these guys who have gamified fighting, I don't respect it. I don't respect it. You gamify fighting, I don't respect you. I don't respect it. I can't respect it. Not too many real fighters left. And why do you think I fuck with Jeremy Stevens, bro? He a real fucking fighter. He a real fucking fighter. Last of a dying breed, bro. Why do you think we fuck with Marwan Rahiki? What's understood don't gotta be explained. Marwan Rahiki fights straight like he's straight out of the fucking skate park. Like he been running fades since he was fucking 12 years old. With the biggest dudes at the skate park, probably knocking him out too. That's the type of shit that I imagine in my head just watching Marwan Rahiki fight. I think homie's a skater. I think he been scrapping since he was 12 in the skate parks, taking on the fucking big homies at the skate park. You know? I wouldn't be surprised if Marwan Rahiki knocked out a 6 foot tall dude when he was like 12 years old. In middle school, knocking out of high school. I wouldn't be surprised. That's just how homie throw down. But I respect it. I gotta respect it. Whether I like it or not, and I do like it. And I respect it. And I respect it. Why is bro speaking facts? Shit, it's all I know how to do. It's all I know how to do. And people suppress that shit. People suppress that shit so much, speaking facts, because they so scary that they lose that fucking talent. Let me tell you boys right now, people suppress telling the truth because they so scary that they lose that talent. Shit, I spoke to MVP today on the DMs, and I'm still gonna trash him on my post later tonight. I'm still finna trash him in my post later tonight. All right? That's why. Because speaking the truth is a fucking, it's a little bit of a skill, bro. And if you suppress it long enough, you finna lose that shit. So I would encourage all you boys to tell the fucking truth, good or bad. Good or fucking bad, it's what needs to be done. That's why we are Charles Johnson fans. Buddy put the champ to sleep face down, ass up. Damn, you really gonna hit me with that one, Miata boy? I haven't been the biggest Charles Johnson fan. Speaking of ACD MMA, I'm sorry I haven't showed you guys this post yet, but speaking about ACD MMA, God forbid ACD MMA had something bad to say about the featherweight division, which he did. And guess who commented? Guess who commented? The governor of the flyweights, Charles Johnson. Oh my God, I fucking knew it was coming. I knew it was coming, the governor of the fucking flyweights, Charles Johnson. 1 second, let me, I'm trashing MVP right now. I feel you. I feel you. Nah, MVP deserves to be trashed, bro. He literally put me through torture. Live stream last night, I said, MVP sitting here watching this fight, it's like I'm chained down to a chair. I'm forced to watch corn and I can't fap. It was that bad. Let me go make my second cup of coffee so we can keep the vibes going. Wait, is You're Retarded still in here? You're Retarded. If you're still in here, make yourself known, homie. I just need to know how you feel about me trashing your boy MMA now. Did that bother you at all? Because I'm telling you guys, that guy MMA now, oh boy, that shit rubbed me the wrong way. And I really tried to hold it in. I really tried to hold in my respect. But like I said, boys, I can't help it. The truth flows out of me. AD, what's up, Jacob and crew? What's poppin', homie? The way MVP jumps at range, he's just the elite of the elite. It's like, bro, go jump rope somewhere else. Like, we didn't pay for you to watch you jump an imaginary rope. Yeah, Air Hobby says it's a fight, not a sport. Why do you think DC was so good at MMA? Because DC is a real fighter. And it's just another example, right? Air Hobby, because we're talking about Joaquin being a real fighter and we respect real fighters and we like to watch real fighters. I brought up Nate Diaz as a real fighter. You know, Daniel Cormier, he is a real fighter. You know, go watch his wrestling highlights. He was fucking borderline scrapping there too. He can't help himself. He likes to scrap. He a real fighter, a real scrapper. You know? And you know, that's what you guys should be looking for in the UFC. Not these little cucks who gamify the fucking game. Lerone Murphy. I saw a post. Let me just say it, but it's the truth. You know, jab, circle, circle, circle. Head kick, circle, circle, circle. 1-2, slip, circle, circle, circle. You know, jab, circle, circle. Leg kick, circle, circle. It's like, oh my gosh, bro. Oh my gosh. Let me get through this one real quick. And then I guess we're going to go through this weekend's card that we just watched. And then I'm going to get onto some more things about this topic that I need to speak about. Okay. But, you know, this might be a full on stream. This might be a full on stream about one topic. UFC sucks now. I know I wanted to hit more topics, and believe me, I did. But shit, I got so much to say about this. UFC sucks now. UFC is fun to watch in Big 26. All right. We got the poll started. If we want the best fighters, fight the best. Is going to be boring at times, though. But MVP, we got to put him in jail. Yeah, MVP should be like, I don't know, like a 48-hour sentence or something. AD says UFC is a downturn. UFC has no stars currently, no major ones. Yeah. And what I'm going over right now, AD, is I'm going through these cards and I'm essentially showing you all the prospects that we have to look forward to, and I'm telling you they're nothing. You know, they're nothing. Raul Rosas Jr., the top UFC prospect that's worth nothing. Raul Rosas Jr. Luan Lacerda, Hector Souza. I don't know what's going on. I mean, it's all right because we don't have anything else. That's the only reason why it's okay, Space Kid. Unfortunately, you know, yeah, we don't have anything else. And I guess that's why I'm so pissed off, because we don't have anything else and I'm going to watch it still. And it's like, damn, bro. Like, damn. Like, I can't stand for this, bro. I got to say something. Honestly, honestly, bro. Honestly, you're right though. There's there's fucking nothing else, homie, and that's why we stuck with this shit. We finna die with this shit, and that's why we gotta protest, bro. We gotta protest against bald head ass Dana. We gotta protest against bald head ass Dana, because you're right. We are stuck with this shit. We are completely fucking stuck with this shit. And there's nothing else for us in the near future. So we got to fix this before it gets any worse. We need to fix this. And I'm just explaining to you guys, you know, how to find prospects, what the sport is missing, the prospects that aren't delivering. Balagioki, the latest prospect, not delivering. But yeah, I don't know Luan Lacerda, Hector Souza. I don't know, you know, Bia Mesquita and Montse Rendon. Right? I know Brad Tavares and Eric Anders. I know Eric Anders retired. And like, I don't know. shit, this is the first watch-worthy fight of the card. Why even put these people on? Why are they even signed to the promotion? Could it be because, of Ari Emanuel and WME, right? Why are these three people on the card? Why are they signed to the promotion? I get it, Hector Souza 15-1. I get it. And maybe he's catching a stray right here, right? But you should get the big point. What's the point in putting these fights on here? What master is it serving? It's definitely not serving us. Anyways, Eric Anders versus Brad Tavares. It's actually it's a watchable fight. I would watch that fight. I would not say that brought down the UFC. Balaji Oki, supposed to be a contender off contender, or, prospect off contender. Not really. Not really. Let's not give Baloki that much credit. But anyway, he drops the loss to Manuel Souza. Manuel did have a good knockout, so we'll give him credit there. Elijah Smith, he's doing good. This is a solid little prospect. Let's see what he can do, though, right? He is a solid prospect, though. Steven Asplund is a perfect example, and I know people like Steven Asplund, and I do too. I do too. And that's why I say Steven Asplund does not belong as a UFC fighter. He should go get a regular job and stop delaying the inevitable. You will never be a champion at heavyweight, brother, in the UFC in your life. And once you reach the top 15, it's downfall on the likes of a Tai Tuivasa. In fact, I think Tai Tuivasa would probably knock you the fuck out. So why are you here again? And it's no diss, man. It's no, I feel bad doing that. I'm not trying to be the king of all dream crushers, but it's like, why did you even start this guy's dream in the first place? This dude's 7-2. Like I just told you guys, I could make it to the UFC. I could go win 5 fights at OC Fight Club down the street from my house and make it to the UFC. Steven Asplund borderline did. How many fights has he had in the UFC? At least 2. At least 2. So he at least made it at 7-0. As an undersized heavyweight. As an undersized, heavyweight, or just a fat light heavyweight that can't make light heavyweight, so he has to fight at heavyweight. You guys got that, right? That was kind of hard to say, but it's both. He an undersized heavyweight, but he's also, he's really a light heavyweight, but he's just too fat, so he's just like a fat light heavyweight competing at heavyweight. There we go. And this is what the UFC is offering right now. This is what the fans are getting behind, right? This is what the fans are getting behind, though. Steven Asplund. Fans encourage this guy. They rally behind him for his fights. They hype him up. And, no, I get it, Soda Pop. I completely get it. We love Asplund. I completely get it. But to be honest, this is why the UFC sucks. This is adding to it. It's adding to it. This is an example of why the UFC sucks. And I'm sorry, Steven Asplund. It's honestly no hate, homie. I'm sorry that you're catching a stray. Like, genuinely, I do apologize, right? Like, it's like I said, I like to encourage people's dreams, so to speak. I don't like to crush them. But, bro, this is the fucking fight sport, and I've been watching it for a long time. And, I'm not just going to sit here and act like Steven Asplund has a chance in hell at becoming a heavyweight champion, or even, climbing the ranks of the top 15 of the heavyweight division. Put him up against Tai Tuivasa and see what happens. Put him up against Tai and see what happens, because we all love Tai. We all love Tai until he starts getting knocked out left and right. Then he's washed. Then cut him. Then he doesn't got no wrestling, and all the truth comes out. And I get it. I don't speak the truth necessarily about fighters I like, right? I'll overlook their downfalls. But just hear me out. We're having a real conversation here, so I'm admitting my faults too. Okay, but just hear me out on all that. Dana motherfucker doesn't pay his fighters. Straight facts. What's new there? Franklin, what's poppin', Franklin? Franklin says UFC is ass can. Oh yeah, no fighters anymore out there in the big 26. 0. Soda Pop goes, yo, Danny Silva didn't get the 100K bonus because he said he was broke. Same thing they did to Taco. Danny was an underdog and KO'd an undefeated prospect, but they gave the bonuses to the two biggest favorites on the card. Yeah, they gave it to some girl. I saw someone speaking about that. That Danny shot himself in the foot by saying he was broke and basically warning fighters like, don't admit that you're broke as a way to get that bonus. Yeah. Shawnee says, bro, what the fuck is this title? Tell me the McGregor vs. Gary rumor. I deleted all socials bar YouTube. Oh, I got you, homie. Shit. Should we just help out the homie real quick? Let's help out the homie real quick. It's a pretty quick clip. So either Dana misspoke, Shawnee 2J. I'm hooking you up, Shawnee 2J. You drop it in the chat. I'm isolating you. You know, you're running the show for the next 2 minutes. So I feel like that earns a subscribe from you. Anyway, Shawnee Y. It's a little bit of satire. It's a little bit of sarcasm. Sorry. The correct word is what? I clickbaited. It's a little bit of clickbait, but there's a story to it. It's not full on clickbait. Let me play it for you. Dana White seemingly leaks Conor McGregor versus Ian Garry is in the works. Here's the quote. The Conor Garry fight won't be in Ireland. Now, he could have misspoke here, and he likely did misspeak here because earlier on someone did address it, and I saw it too. But someone wrote it out, and they said, Dana also said, quote, not those fights. Because a reporter asked Dana, you know, Ian Garry, Conor McGregor, both under contract, both from Ireland. Do you plan on bringing the UFC to Ireland and showcasing those fighters? Dana started off by saying, not those fights, but then he also ended the sentence by saying, the Conor Garry fight won't be in Ireland. So we don't know. You know, we don't know. But the one thing I will point out is Dana, look at his face. Look at the face he makes when he starts to answer the question. Big look to the right. Big, massive look to the right. That's the one thing. You know, the body language gave it away a little bit for me. I don't know. But I'm saying the body language made me question it. So let's play it. The Conor Garry fight won't be in Ireland. But look at Dana's face again. I'm going to pause it. Right here. Look at him. Yeah. It's a great question. It's just, I don't know. The body language and the misspeaking, I don't know, just made me think this could be a fight that's in the works. I wouldn't be surprised, bro. I wouldn't be surprised. What's the UFC's model? You beat the king and you become the king. Well, shit. They got one kid from Ireland, right? And they got the has-been from Ireland, who was the biggest star in the sport. I mean, it makes perfect sense. According to Dana White's model. You know, that's why Dana wanted Tom Aspinall to fight John Jones to steal his shine. And, you know, that could make sense. Ian Garry fight Conor McGregor, quote unquote, become the new McGregor. Although it doesn't work like that. But, you know, it could work like that a little bit. Conor versus Ruffy, the fight we need. Ruffy got to fight his idol. He'd probably be so sad. He'd probably shed a tear over that. Let's not let Ian Garry kick at range against Conor. Shit. Let him kick the head off of Conor. I could care less. And then I saw, Miata Boy, you brought up Wing C. Yeah, RIP to Wing C. What's worse than Steven losing? Wing C got flatlined yesterday. Yeah. LOL ducking into a head kick again. Keyword again, Tyler Betts. Keyword a fucking again, bro. This guy wings C. Remember I was telling you guys about the whole autism thing. Nobody wants to believe me, but like I swear to God, there's like a niche audience on YouTube or I don't know where. The Joker guy who competed for Brand Risk is one of them. He another autistic who people like just really like to watch. It's weird. But you know, I blame you guys for this one. Homie's straight autistic and everybody thinks he's actually a good fighter. Bro, this is what happens when you let guys on the spectrum become pro fighters. Look at him. Look at this weird ass shit that he's doing. Head first into the cage and standing there like he's, oh my gosh. Let's get this off the screen. So yeah, I'll speak on those two real quick, but let me just finish off this other topic, bro. Let me get through it. Chris Curtis, Mittebek oral buy. Shit fight. Mittebek oral buy is supposed to be the future. Oh my gosh, our future is bleak with Mittebek. Chris Curtis, I mean, I never want to see you fight again. Charles Johnson, Bruno Silva, shit fight. Whether or not Miata Boy likes Charles Johnson or not, that was a shit ass fight, bro. And Charles Johnson did, you know, he hit the MVP multiple times in that fight, which is jumping in place with an imaginary rope. You know, Charles Johnson split decisioning Bruno Silva and then asking for a top 5 opponent is crazy work too. Ion Kute Laba, Umar C, another prospect, gone. Umar C, gone. Ion Kute Laba, we already know his ceiling. He don't got one, right? Not even really going to be a top 15 guy ever. Umar C, he was supposed to be the prospect. Given, you know, he from France. He stunk up his fight. He stunk up his fight 2 fights ago. Okay, Umar C, his last fight before Eon was a good performance. The one before Eon, the 2 before Eon, 2 fights before the fight this past weekend was dog shit. So it went dog shit fight, he made up for it, and then dog shit fight again. I mean, I'm almost at that point where it's like Umar C, you're dog shit. Marwan Rahiki, I already glazed him up a little bit earlier. You know, homie scraps like he'd been fighting at the skate park since 12 years old and against high schoolers. Getting knockouts too. It's just, that's my story with Marwan Rahiki. He should run with it too, because that's, you know, that's what I got. That's my vibe from Marwan. Shout out Morocco. Shout out to what? New Zealand or Australia. He hails from that part of the world. So Marwan Rahiki, he is a future prospect for sure. Soda Pop, I can't believe I did forget about him. You know, I can't believe I did forget about him. But yeah, he's a beast. And he had a great performance on Contender Series as well. He got dropped bad and he came back to win. So, homie, the real deal. Jose Miguel Delgado, Andre Fili. Now, this is a tricky one. I also know Jose Miguel Delgado. So maybe I might be a bit nicer to him. Okay, maybe I might be a bit nicer to Jose. But at least I'm admitting it. Right? At least I'm admitting it. Here's my thing with Jose. I mean, I thought that Jose versus Andre, it was a good scrap. And I think that Jose is a promising prospect for the UFC. My only thing, and that's no glaze. I don't care if I interview him or not. You know, that's the truth. It was a good fight, right? These dudes, they banged it out like it was fun to watch. No Diddy, right? These two, you know, they are fighters, so to speak. Andre Fili, what I've been saying about Marwan Rahiki, that's Andre Fili. Andre Fili has been scrapping it out at the skate park. Andre Fili, like a hardcore kid. You know, so if you know what a hardcore kid is, homie been fighting. He been at skate parks. He been mosh pitting too. You know, that's Andre Fili. So he a real fighter, and it shows in all of his fights. No one ever really complains about an Andre Fili fight, right? No one ever complains. You don't even got to be the best, bro. You don't even got to be the best, but you got to be like an Andre Fili. You got to be like a Marwan Rahiki. You got to be like a Harry Hardwick. You know, you got to be like a Harry Hardwick. They banged it out. They banged it out, Miata boy. But anyway, Jose Miguel Delgado, there's one constructive criticism I want to give him because I know him and I want the best for him. And you know, I don't want that evil shit going on, right? With Jose Miguel Delgado. Everything I've been saying earlier. Here's my constructive criticism for Jose. Slow rise, homie. Slow rise. You're still green, but you got a lot of potential. All right. Slow rise. Start developing the grappling. You're originally a wrestler, right? You've fallen in love with your striking. I need you to go back and hone in the grappling. I need you to go back and hone in the grappling, specifically the submission offense, because your striking is going to get you into a lot of exchanges on the ground, and I need you to finish the fights earlier. You know, Jose Miguel Delgado, he wants to achieve a lot in the sport. My biggest thing, don't rush him up to there. He can achieve what he wants. This dude has the frame to compete across multiple divisions too. You know, he a featherweight right now and a big ass featherweight. He could easily move up to lightweight next fight. Homie can compete against multiple weight classes. Okay, so I fuck with Jose. And that was a good fight. And Jose could be a benefit to the UFC. I think he has been a good signing. You know, the constructive criticism is what I gave him. And that's what I will say. But Jose is not one of these people who's making the UFC suck. He's making the UFC better. You know, pay attention to promoting yourself, Jose. But, you know, you got a little time before you need to pay attention to that. That's why I would focus on the jiu-jitsu first. I don't even give a fuck. I'm trying to talk so fast that, like, shit, if I speak over my words, I really don't even give a fuck right now. I could talk a bit slower, but I'm just, you know, I'm ready to go. Maybe I'm caffeinated. Amanda Lemos, Jillian Robertson, I don't speak about women's fights. Josh Emmett, Kevin Vallejos. Kevin Vallejos, he's making the UFC better, okay? Out with the old, in with the new. Josh Emmett, no hate on Josh Emmett. Nothing against him. Andre Fili, Aya is a hood classic. I missed the Aya. Did he say Aya in a fight one time? Like Buddy said this weekend, no Diddy, Danny Silva. Shout out Danny. Okay, Tony Sal says Delgado and Asplund in the same boat. You feel me? Tony, well, I guess I disagree, homie. I guess I disagree. You heard my explanation. I didn't see your chat till just now. Oh, Sean says Delgado got so much going for him, dude. Can't wait to see him come together in the cage. That's my thing. That's my thing. He just needs to get it. It needs to all come together, Sean. That is what Delgado is missing. It's not all together yet. And I think that might be why Tony Sal has that criticism. Tony Sal has that criticism. But I would say all he got to do is put it together. You know, he just got to put it together. But I do fuck with Jose Miguel Delgado. I got to pee so bad, but we're going to get through this last one first. Evloev versus Murphy. Women's fight, shit. Shamrock versus Alcream, shit. Louis Southern versus Brando Parakick. Okay, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. Brando got the finish over Louis. Big old heavyweight. So, you know, he could have a future in the heavyweight division. I at least am interested. You know, give this guy to Steven Asplund. See if Steven can beat him. Montez Contradavius versus Antonio Trocali. Shit fight. Antonio Trocali is making the UFC bad. Mario Pinto Felipe Franco. Shit fight. It's a one-time thing, though, so Mario Pinto, just don't make a habit of it. I'm not going to get on your ass. You could make the UFC better. You could make the UFC better. I'm not going to write you off yet. Nathaniel Wood, Losane Keita. Boring-ass fucking fight. Boring-ass fucking fight. And this is what we're speaking about. Are you fighters or are you sportsmen? Clearly, Nathaniel Wood and Losane Keita are sportsmen. You know, boring fucking fight. Boring fucking fight, like watching paint dry. Dog shit. Didn't even give the referees anything to really score. 29-28 split decision. You know they didn't give the referees anything to score. Mason Jones, Axel Sola. I'm just going to keep it a buck with you guys. Well, I know who these guys are, and I know they're very good. Point blank, period. I know Axel Sola lost, but he had a good performance out there. Mason Jones, he'd been through a lot. You know, he had a first stint with the UFC. It was very tough. He left, mutual parted ways, won in Cage Warriors, came back. He on a big win streak right now. So Mason Jones is kind of the truth. This is an example of where I'll say, like, is Mason Jones a future champion? Probably not. Probably not. Is Axel Sola a future champion? Probably not. But do these guys come and fight and put on exciting performances? Yes, they do. These guys are benefits to cards. You know, it's fun to watch them, right? As the cards playing out, as I'm waiting for the main event. I enjoyed this. Okay. But by saying I enjoyed this, I need to disclose that I didn't really watch it. I only listened to it because I was driving home from the gym at this point in time. But I watched Nathaniel Wood versus Losane Keita while I was on the treadmill. And shit, that didn't make my cardio go by any faster. In fact, it made the time stand still. You know, word of advice, don't watch a Nathaniel Wood fight if you're trying to pass time doing cardio. Curtis Campbell, I mean, homie got the pink shorts in the debut. That's egregious in its own right. Another autistic guy that's getting hyped up because, I don't know, he's autistic or something. And Danny Silva. Danny Silva is the prospect. And Danny Silva made quick work of homie. Round 2, knockout. Did what he was supposed to do. We fuck with Danny Silva. You know, prospect worth watching, worth paying attention to, worth seeing what he could do next. Roma Dolidze, you're dog shit, homie. Fuck you. Worst fighter I ever seen. Just how bad is Anthony Smith? You're a disgrace, Roman Dolidze. You're actually a disgrace. I don't like you anymore, and I never want to see you fight again. And your social media post where you coped that you won the fight, you really disgust me with that one. Shameless. Even more shameless than fucking Charles Johnson last weekend, thinking that he should have beat Bruno by unanimous. You're just shameless, bro. And you disgraced Merab too. Don't ever have Merab come out to your fight and waste the champion's time like that, the former champion's time like that, ever again in your life. I don't give a fuck about your Georgian connection. You embarrass Merab like that, don't ever fucking bring him out, waste his time again. Okay, you and Eric Nixick, shit. Holy moly. Christian Leroy Duncan, congratulations. You know, I'm not too high on Christian Leroy. But hey, I'll say this. I'll watch his fights. I'll tune in. I won't group him as a guy who's bringing the UFC down. I'll say I'll be liberal with it and say, you know, if anything, he's probably bringing it up. You know, he's probably bringing it up. Christian Leroy Duncan. Roman Dolidze, fuck you. Fuck you. I really don't respect you at all. Iwo Barnowski versus Austin Lane. Well, this is hard to comment on because Austin Lane is like the new age Greg Hardy, minus the DV allegations. You know, homie gets knocked out every time you turn him on the TV, he gets knocked out. So what can I gauge off of this? I barely even count it as a win, bro. But congrats to Iwo. Like, is he making the UFC better? I don't know, because he got given nobody in Austin Lane. So I don't know if he can make the UFC better. I got to see what he could do against somebody else. But again, like, watching this overall is shit. Iwo versus Austin Lane is just a shit fight. Michael Page versus Sam Patterson. Like I said, it's like being forced to watch corn and not fat, bro. This is the worst fight I've seen in a long time. This is like being forced to watch corn and not fat. It's torture. It's mind-numbing. MVP, you know, you disgust me, homie. If you can only fight one style, bro, then fuck you. Because Jose Miguel Delgado, he lost in the first round to Andre Fili because he was fighting a style that wasn't working against Andre Fili. So what did he do? He changed his style in the second and third round. He started, instead of stringing together his punches and his combos, building these combos, punch, punch, knee, kick, punch. You know, he started dwindling it down to single shots, more IQ, walk him down, also play the middle game where, you know, let Andre come to him a little bit, open himself up, right? That's what Jose Miguel Delgado did. Imagine if people said, oh, well, you just got to give Jose Miguel Delgado an opponent who can't stand in the pocket with him and he'll finish everybody. Because that is the case with Jose. If you can stand in the pocket with Jose and take his shots, it's harder for him to win. But if you can't stand in the pocket and you get scary and you pull out, he's going to knock you out like 9 times out of 10. You know? And so that's all I got to say. Like, MVP, people are saying, well, it's because of the opponent. Well, who cares, bro? Because MVP, he needs to fucking do better. And it's like this. If you could do better, you would do better, motherfucker. So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. If you could do better, you would do better. And if Jose Miguel Delgado can change his fight style to get the win, you know, I know that you were already winning MVP, so shit, it makes it more complicated. But homie, like you gotta make it better. You gotta make it better. And I know he tried to in the second and third. I MVP shit, he's super complicated. That's like politics talking about MVP at this point. Everybody got these takes about MVP. I got another take about MVP. Like, I don't really blame him for trying to bait Sam Patterson the first half of the fight, right? And getting him to play his style and then changing it up, so to speak, after, you know, wasting the first half of the fight doing nothing. But then it's like, okay, I don't blame you, MVP, but then don't blame me for hating the fuck out of the fight and having my patience tested once you did decide to put it on him. You know, don't get mad at me for that. Don't blame me for that. I'm not going to blame you for trying to get Patterson to fight your style the first half of the fight, but don't blame me for tuning out while that happened. Don't blame me for tuning out in the first 7.5 minutes. It's a shit fucking fight. And honestly, I blame Sam Patterson less than I blame MVP. Because MVP is the guy who's supposed to go in there and dispose of a Sam Patterson. You know, that's also a bottom line. You guys, we realize we're talking about Sam Patterson, right? Former Bellator champion versus a guy who's virtually accomplished nothing in the UFC. And I like Sam Patterson. It's nothing against him. But come on, bro. You were supposed to showcase. Hold on, my phone died. 1 second. I gotta plug my shit in. Okay, and then here we are with the main event, though. Here we are. Or no, sorry. Luke Riley versus Michael Aswell. I did want to address this one. MVP, not former champ. He's a former Bellator champion. Is he not? Was MVP not the Bellator champion? I guess he wasn't a Bellator champion. Well, he fought for the title against Douglas. Is MVP a champion or not? Looks like he's not, to be honest. I don't know why they always sold him like he was a champion. I believe he lost his only title fights. Okay, yeah, he lost to Douglas. And then did he lose to Storley? Vacant. Yeah, he lost to Storley for the vacant. Status before vacant. Douglas. Okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's my bad. Nah, but let me just finish this up. This has been a long time in the making, so let me finish this up. Luke Riley, he's another one of these guys who's doing well for the UFC. You know, he got a promising style to him. I really like Luke Riley. I'd love to see where he can go. When off in sports, go Ducks. Shit. Shout out to Franklin. When Franklin wins, we win. Thank you, Franklin, for the $20 dono, homie. Much appreciated. Much appreciated, Franklin. If I lose my voice after this stream, shit, it was all worth it for that $20 dono, homie. But Franklin says, I already read it. When off in sports, go Ducks. Go Ducks. Shit, go Ducks. Anaheim Ducks? Shit, that's literally the OC. That's my city. That's my town, Anaheim Ducks. I've been to a game before. Shout out Franklin one time. One more time. So yeah, I wanted to say, you know, shout out to Luke Riley. He's a solid fighter. I really fuck with him. And not much else than that. I just think he's a good fighter, and I'd like to see where he can go. I think he's in the right division. Um, I would just like to see how good he is out in the grappling department. But aside from that, I think he's pretty solid, pretty exciting. Puts on bangers, pissed off at himself when he doesn't get a knockout and dominates the guy. So it's pretty dope. Movsar Evloev versus Lerone Murphy, boring as fuck, bro. Let's just call a spade a spade. You know, I told you guys this during the fight. I said, if you guys are one of those people, Miata boy, who complains about boxing, saying boxing's boring, these guys don't do shit. Well, then, man, I mean, Lerone Murphy versus Movsar Evloev was boxing's or MMA's equivalent to boxing. You know, Lerone versus Movsar was MMA's equivalent to boxing. There's no way you could have sat there and enjoyed that, especially if you're somebody who talks shit on boxing. Like, especially. Now, with that being said, I'm not somebody who talks shit on boxing, and there was a part of me that enjoyed Lerone versus Movsar. There was a little part of me that did, right? Because of the stake, because of everything that was on the line, because of the undefeated versus undefeated. But it was a pretty boring fight, if we're being real. The fight in itself was pretty boring, but there were a lot of stakes with it. There was a lot of storyline. So it's a 50-50. It's a catch-22 on this one. And it's not the UFC's fault, right? It's the fighters' faults. Again, not having real fighters in the promotion. I think the UFC should prioritize signing real fighters. And yeah, that's what I would say. That's what I would say. This one, it's not really the UFC's fault. The promotion for this bout was good. Storyline, everything was good. High stakes, number one contender bout, it was all good. The fighters just stunk it up, So it's both. In my opinion, it's both. The UFC sucks now because the promotion sucks, and the fighters suck too. Even the best of them, they suck, bro. And that's kind of like, well, that's actually not the wrap up, but that's the wrap up of the events. That's the wrap up of the events. I'm gonna read you guys a few more things. But shit, I mean, I've been going off for 2 hours and 40 minutes. I wonder how much people are really enjoying this. My question would be, do people like me talking about this for this long? Or would you guys like me to move on to the next topic? Now, it doesn't necessarily matter what you guys think I'm playing. I just had to say that. But in all seriousness, it actually might not matter right now what you guys want me to move on to, because I'm still gonna trash the UFC for a little bit longer. Okay. Here's a couple things though. Here's the MVP fight. Right? Look at the first round. So, I told you guys, this is like being forced to watch Corn. You can talk all night about this. Okay, hell yeah. Thank you. Shout out to Brian C for letting me know that. I feel like Nate should have stayed in the UFC low key. I feel like Nate should have as well, but it speaks to a bigger issue, JP Money. Why did Nate leave? Because the UFC isn't paying him. And that's why the UFC, it also sucks, because they're not paying their athletes and they're losing all of them. But look at MVP the first minute of this fight, bro. Now, we can't even get through a full minute of a fast forwarded version. We can't even get through a full minute of the fast forwarded version. Miata Boy says DJ versus Mokaya for the MVP Jake Paul card. Cap. Can't be true. DJ just came out and refuted it, bro. Let me pull up my phone right now. If it's not at the top of my IG feed, it's probably cap. It's not even at the top of my first like 4. I had an Asian baddie pop up on my explore page before before that fight announcement. Nah, that's cap. That's cap. Sorry, me old boy. That one's cap. Turn that fight off before I fall asleep. I know. I told you we can't even get through the full minute of it. Let me take my piss though, boys. I got to pee so bad. Just give me one moment. Show us the Asian baddies too good. The Asian baddie. Damn, it just refreshed my feed. I was gonna pull it up. Shit, there's endless Asian baddies though on the IG feed. Just open yours up. I'm sure Instagram knows you like Asian baddies too, homeboy. Um, okay. Nah, so honestly guys, it's crazy because I have so much to talk about. I'm like having a hard time figuring out which one I want to talk about first. Okay, so we're speaking about the UFC sucks, right? So I showed you the sped up version of the first round of MVP versus Sam Patterson, and it's dog shit. We couldn't even get past 30 seconds of a sped up version of that fight. Now imagine how insufferable it was to watch it live, bro. That's why I said it's the equivalent of being forced to watch corn and you can't even jerk it. You can't even jerk it. I mean, utter torture and mind numbing at the same time. Imagine getting tortured and numbing your brain at the same time. Okay. That's what that's like. Watching MVP fight. That's what that's like. Wait, can I look something up? This is just kind of funny, but Sneeko being told about women by Muslim. There's like this photo of Sneeko listening to a Muslim guy tell him about women. And the way Sneeko was looking at him, no, it's not it. I'm not going to be able to find it. It's too good, though. It's too good. Sneeko was on stream. And he had someone on to explain to him like the laws of women in the Muslim culture, Muslim religion. And he was staring at him like I can't make the face, but it was the most like mind-numbing face ever. And that's how I felt when I was watching that shit-ass fight. So anyway, aside from that, the UFC also sucks because I told you guys last weekend, right? These aren't my takes, but I do agree with them, so I'll show you. You know, last weekend I told you, Kevin Viejos, it's so goofy, bro, that he's bouncing up and down like a little boy, a grown-ass man bouncing up and down like a little boy when he gets notified that he gets a 100K bonus, you know? It's embarrassing, bro. It's not a good look. People got it so twisted. Like they just see him. That's a problem, though. They see him celebrating and then they start celebrating. Listen, just because Kevin's even happy about it doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Okay? Kevin's too close to the forest, too close to the trees to see through the forest. I'm fucking looking at this from a microphone scope. How the fuck you say it? Okay? I'm looking at it through a magnifying glass. There we go. And so, but a lot of people, they celebrate it because he's celebrating it, talking about Kevin Viejos. And the same thing happens here. A lot of people are going to celebrate this because Chanel Dyer is going to be celebrating it. I don't even know who Chanel Dyer is, but look at her celebrate the bonus. And let's read these captions, you know? These motherfuckers get paid so bad by the UFC that they have to tune into the post-fight press conference like they're watching the lottery just to see if they're getting a bonus. They're not even celebrating their win. They're anxious, waiting, and watching to hear their names. Insane. It's actually kind of weird, bro, and kind of goofy. Like, I don't know why people actually would be happy for this girl. Like, you should feel bad for her, if anything. You should look at her as, like, you know, being mistreated, the fact that she has to act this way. It's wild to me how people don't see it like that. But like, bro, this girl's actually getting mistreated the way she has to act this way. And same with Kevin Vallejos. You know, him acting that way is an indication of the mistreatment, the underpay that's happening. Boxers would never, over 100K, they would never, bro. They would probably spit in Dana's face if he tried to give him 100K. You know, they know their worth at least. Which is what the UFC has spent decades trying to dwindle the UFC's fighters' worth. Perfecto says, dude, I'm personally loving the long rant. All right, I love it. I love it. I got a lot for you guys. We're not done yet. We got at least 2 more things to react to. We got 2 more things to take a look at as to why the UFC fucking sucks today. Sorry. One more time with sound. Sorry, one more time with sound.
Equal and Dyer and...
Oh my God! Yes! 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 Yeah! 100K out! Yes! Yes! Oh my days! Oh my days, bro! Oh my days, bro! Oh my days, bro! I just got 123K. I just got 123K.
Miata Boy says, how do you know if she's getting paid bad, though? She could have got 50K and 50K. Bro, I know she's not getting 50K and 50K. What are you on? What are you smoking? You think that girl's getting paid 50K and 50K? Look at her reaction to getting 100K, bro. Again, Miata Boy, I feel like you might be one of the people I was talking about where it's like, bro, I think you're missing the bigger picture, and I'm almost not saying the quiet part out loud, but let me just say the quiet part out loud. 100K is fucking nothing, homie. 100K is fucking nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. And the same shit happened with Kevin Vallejos last weekend. The same shit happened. 100K is nothing. Maybe for her. In the grand scheme of things, a female fighter, 100K. Yeah, this is one of the examples. But the other example was Kevin Vallejos last weekend, a main event, losing his shit over 100K. Let me say it also for you guys. What should the fighter do when they get told they're winning a 100K bonus? Okay, cool. Sweet. What's with the overreaction, bro? There should be no overreaction for $100,000. It should be no overreaction. But clearly that's like make or break money. Clearly that's make or break money. There should be no overreaction. If you got 500 bands in the bank, you get 100K. Are you reacting like that? Now, again, this girl, Chanel Dyer, she's a female fighter. She probably don't got it like that. But Kevin Vallejos did the same exact shit last weekend after winning the main event. He did the same exact shit last weekend. This isn't just a Chanel Dyer story that I'm bringing to you guys right now. This is a trend. Every single fighter who wins a bonus, they celebrate goofy as fuck like this. And 100K in fighting is nothing. I don't know who needs to hear that. You spend 3 months to fucking train for a fight. Like, I know people don't make 100K in 3 months, but I mean, come on, bro. Come on, bro. There's a lot of unsaid here that's hard to really get out, but there's a lot of unsaid here. If you understand the fighter's worths, then I don't think that you should be, celebrating them jumping around for 100K. Just my take. And yes, Chanel Dyer might be a bad example because she's a female, but the same shit happened last weekend with Kevin Vallejos. Okay, so Tony makes a great point. He goes, man, like Diaz, bro, is going to act nonchalant about it. Of course they are. Of course they're going to act nonchalant about it because it's 100 fucking K. Because it's 100K. It's 100K. So I'll even give the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, this girl can do it. This girl can celebrate. I get it from her perspective. I'll give the benefit of the doubt. I'll say I'm wrong with this one, right? This girl, I get her perspective. She's allowed to celebrate. It's fine. But I will not let that shit slide for Kevin Vallejos. I will not. And that's meeting in the middle. That's meeting in the middle. Okay, let's do this one real quick. ACD. This shit's kind of funny. But this is what I was referring to earlier for you guys. Have you ever had 100K, bro? I'd rather not answer that question. I'll plead the fifth on whether or not I've ever had 100K. But the conversation about up the bonuses for who? Because arguably, they brought down the bonuses. Knockout of the night is 25K now, right? It's not 50. So 100K per fight is nothing. Fight camps can go 5 figures easy, plus manager, plus gym, plus agents, plus Uncle Sam gets a cut. Exactly. So thank you, Dun Daughter, for saying the things that I wasn't really able to say. But that's part of it. Miata Boy says you could do so much with 100K. Really? After you recoup the investment of the fight camp, right? Not working, not making any, you don't bring in any money during the fight camp. You understand that, right? You're only spending. On top of the gym and everything else, you're doing your cryotherapies, maybe your ice baths, maybe the organic foods, maybe supplements, protein, all this stuff. I don't want to hear that the Thorn gives it away for free. Not every fighter reaches out and gets it for free. Other fighters live far away. Okay, but these are all the investments. That's not even including the manager, right? Uncle Sam, that's taxes too. It's very true. So thank you, Dun Daughter, for for putting it into perspective. It's not something that should be defended. You know, fighter pay, of all things to defend the UFC for, fighter pay is not one of them. It's like the biggest losing argument ever. The UFC is not doing right by their fighters. And bottom point blank period. I mean, defending fighter pay will never work in the UFC. The UFC knows what they're doing, and I'm sure even they would admit it to you. Like, yeah, we're not paying these fighters what they're worth. Are you kidding me? Like, I don't know, but defending UFC fighter pay is one of the biggest losing arguments. I didn't even have to defend it. You know what I mean? Daughter did. And then Space Kid comes in. Dana gambles that 100K like pennies. Not to mention he just hands it away to fucking random ass no names. Dana White pays out more money to valets. You know? Dana White drops $1,000 every time he parks his damn car. Are you kidding me? Whatever. Let's get to the bread and butter. We don't want to get too in the weeds on certain topics. The point has been given, and people can make their point. If you want to be on Miata Boy's side, be on his side by all means. I don't care. If you want to be on my side, be on my side by all means. If you want to, find your middle ground, shit. You're a real one if you're looking for your own middle ground, not listening to either side. That's what you should be doing. You can listen to me, but you don't got to believe everything I say. You could use your own discernment. That's what I would recommend too. Okay, let's read this. ACDMA goes, all right, Baldy, listen up. We need to get this sport back on track. Here's how we do it. Hear me out. So he thinks Apex cards is what's ruining the UFC. I disagree. I don't think Apex cards has anything to do with the shit product. Unless it's Dana White Contender Series, former UFC champion should not be fighting in front of 200 people. Okay. Referees need to be stricter on stalling. If you haven't advanced a position in over a minute and aren't causing damage, you should stand up, separated from holding on the fence. I agree. Better fight night cards in general, or better fight night cards and cards in general. The quality is really dropping these days. This is the biggest issue. This right here. Almost like, bro, if you're going to give us shit fights to start off the card, just give us nothing. Give us less. Bring back the UFC Thrill and Agony. That show was one of the best things the UFC ever made. I agree. Any UFC heavyweight that returns a negative drug test is suspended for 6 months. We do not want clean athletes in that division anymore. We have had enough. Just fishing for likes. It's not a serious suggestion, so why give it? Everybody's going to be drug tested, including heavyweights. Give Arman Tsarukyan a fight. He's one of the most talked about fighters in the UFC at the moment. Honestly, the beef with Arman is bringing down the UFC a little bit. And I explained it. We have Gaethje fighting Ilya. And I was in favor of Justin fighting Patty. But now in hindsight, I'll admit I was wrong. The fact that Patty lost to Justin, it's like, damn, we should have just let him lose to Arman originally. The BMF title should be thrown away or should be officiated under custom rules where stalling is prohibited. Honestly, no one really cares, bro. Honestly, no one really cares. It's not that big of a deal. And it's not bringing down the sport. Even the Charles versus Max Holloway fight, it didn't bring down the sport, bro. Remove Colby Covington from the UFC rankings. The last time that motherfucker won a fight, Glover Teixeira was UFC champion and Alex Pereira was fighting on the UFC Apex cards. So that's how we get the sport back on track. Homie's got 3 points where he's just literally reciting UFC fan rhetoric. What do UFC fans say? They say remove Colby Covington from the rankings. They say, fuck the BMF belt. You shouldn't be able to grapple with BMF rules. And fans say, oh, this is like an MMA guru take right here. Any UFC heavyweight that returns a negative drug test is suspended for 6 months. We don't want clean athletes. I mean, homie took that straight out of MMA Guru's book. But 3 unserious suggestions. I don't really appreciate it. I don't really appreciate it. But let's continue reading it. If you haven't defended the UFC title in 1 year for a no good reason, it's an automatic strip, no interims, no matter who you are. It's a bit too cut and dry, but he's onto something there. He's onto something, but it's a bit too cut and dry. He's onto something, though. No second or third warnings from referees. Second foul equals point deduction. I say first foul equals point deduction. Fuck the second one. First warning comes in the back, doesn't it? So first foul is a point deduction. Point blank fucking period. Stop picking tough coaches who like each other. Tough coaches who hate each other is what made the show fun. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. And don't get rid of Tough. I would say in general, because I don't know. It seems like people think Tough is dying. Even Ariel Helwani thinks that. Another god awful take by Ariel Helwani. Ariel wants Tough to go away. He's so stupid. He's so stupid when it comes to actually fighting. Good thing he's a good journalist, but when it comes to actually fighting, he's so stupid. Sai Mukayev back. His final UFC fight was boring, but it doesn't mean it wasn't a finisher, or he wasn't a finisher. Flyweight division needs as much help as it can get. This is where Charles Johnson chimed in, which is hilarious to me. Nobody asked you, homie. You're not the governor of flyweight. But Charles Johnson did not like him saying the flyweight division needs as much help as it can get. It's a good suggestion. Bring back Mokaev, bring back Arman. The UFC beefs are fucking it up too. We don't have Francis. We don't have John Jones. We don't have Mokaev. We don't have Arman, you know? Less IG Live announcements. Bring Aldo versus McGregor level trailers back. Massive fights should not be announced on a random IG Live on a Thursday evening. So true. So true. It's not bringing down the sport, though. It's really not. It's not the announcement that matters. Again, that's kind of just repeating UFC fan rhetoric. I feel like he's fishing for likes here. But, like, yeah, I mean, I know that the fans bitch about the announcement, but, you know, you give us the fight. It doesn't matter what. You could announce it on a paper fucking napkin for all I care. You feel me? Like, but, you know, the announcement and then a trailer can be two things. Like, just because you announce the fight boringly doesn't mean you don't need a trailer. So, like, yeah, there's a trailer and then there's an announcement. Yes, trailers have announced fights in the past, but, you know, just because you announce it doesn't mean we can't drop a trailer, you know, the next day. Nothing's stopping us from doing that. So I'm with him. I'm with him a little bit. Bring the trailers back. Bring high quality trailers back. Point blank period, you know. Do face-to-face interviews between fighters who have a rivalry like John and DC. Back in the day, they can sell a fight massively and are extremely entertaining. Completely agree. A completely brand new set of media members that vote on UFC rankings. Colby Covington being ranked and Tai Tuivasa appearing in rankings from time to time is an embarrassment to the sport. Again, it's not really the rankings. Not really the rankings. If it was about the rankings, you know, I think the rankings are just fine to some degree. But we don't even go off the rankings that are there now, and that's what should be happening. Like, if we were going off rankings, it should have been Arman versus Patty, right? And shit like that. So, I think the rankings are fine. Or it's like, I don't know. The rankings are a non-factor because the UFC doesn't factor in. It's not like the rankings are making these bad fights. The UFC is making these bad fights. There you go. You know, the rankings aren't making the bad fights. The UFC is. And the UFC is actually overlooking the rankings to make bad fights at times. So again, it's not the brand new set of media members to vote on the rankings. It's really not. Either give John Jones a fight with a backup fighter in place or just cut him if he is the GOAT. Then just give him a fight for fuck's sake. There's no reason why the Alex Pereira fight shouldn't have happened in the age of backup fighters. Well, this is a bit more nuanced in a way. This is just a weird one, and it requires some revisionist history. I don't know. Everybody else can make up their opinion about John Jones. Just because this dude said something about John Jones doesn't mean I need to have an opinion. So I'm just going to leave this last one alone. I don't know. You know, I don't fucking know. John Jones and Dana White's relationship is super weird. So, like, there's a lot of stuff that goes into it, you know. If John's the GOAT, then just give him a fight. It's like, yeah, there's a lot that goes into that. It's not just give him a fight. You know, Dana wanted him to fight Tom Aspinall, and he offered him fuck you money for it.
Support.
Okay, this is probably the last one of the UFC sucks topic. This might be the last one. Okay, so Dana White shuts down UFC fighters competing in Zuffa boxing. Here's the quote: "No way in hell. The crossover fights suck." And let's play it. Let's play it. Tyler Best says, tough these days is just boring coaches and fighters for TV. Honestly, it's the coach. I completely agree with the coaches. You know, do a beef with the coaches. Definitely run a beef with the coaches. Haven't watched since the Conor and Chandler season or whatever season Brian Battle was on. They used to get drunk and fight each other and do pranks. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They need to revamp Tough. For sure, revamp it. Take it more serious. I like Tough better than Contender Series. Call me crazy, but I like Tough better than Contender. You get it all in there. You get to actually know the guys. You get drama. You get fights. You get coaches beefing. I mean, you get way more on Tough than you do on Contender Series. Anyway, let's play this clip of Dana shutting down his fighters competing in Zuffa boxing. I'll just spoil it a little bit now for you. You know, it speaks to a bigger issue that Dana's not going to let really even touch the surface, but I could still smell it coming before he shut it down. So I'm going to say it. You know, this issue right here, this whole, you know, your UFC fighters want to do Zuffa boxing. It's because you're not paying your fighters, Dana. It's because you're not paying your fighters, homeboy. And so they all want to go over to boxing. And that's one of the reasons why the UFC sucks today too. Because Dana doesn't pay his top level fighters. And so basically in the UFC, here's how it goes. You become a top level fighter. You want to take your talents elsewhere because what's the UFC known for? I mean, this is their words, not mine, right? I'm going to use it against them. The UFC will make the average journeyman fighter. They have the potential to make him a millionaire. We all know the example by now. Jim Miller made $1 million in the UFC. Jim Miller made $1 million. Jim Miller made $1 million in the UFC. So that's the end all be all. The UFC fighter pay. It's all good. Nothing to talk about. Nothing to see here because journeyman Jim Miller has made $1 million collectively over a decade in the UFC. Over 2 decades in the UFC. Is that even a dub? Is that even a dub? $1 million across 2 decades. Is that even a dub? That ain't even averaging $100K a year. But anyway, you know, that's the problem is that in the UFC, the lower ranked guys, they make more money. How do you say this? Pound for pound. The lower ranked guys in the UFC, they make more money than the top guys. The top guys in the UFC, yes, they make more than the bottom ranked guys. But pound for pound, dollar for dollar, they don't. Dollar for dollar on what they generate, they don't. And that's why you see Ilia Topuria, Sean O'Malley, Alex Pereira, the list goes on. These are just the active UFC fighters wanting to go box. Right? These are the active ones wanting to go box. 2 of them are champions. One's a former champion. What's the same thing all these guys got in common? Once these guys became champions, they all wanted to box. Before they became champions, did they want to go box? They didn't speak about it, but they got that check after becoming champions, and they say, damn, I'm making $1 million to $2 million a fight. I'm a champion. Champions in boxing make 10 million, 20 million. That's the low end. If Ilia Topuria was his level in boxing, he'd be a $100 million fighter. So would Alex Pereira. That's what people get twisted. That's what people get fucking twisted. That's why these guys want to go to boxing because they see the big picture. If I was doing what I'm doing in MMA, in boxing, I'd be a $100 million fighter. Both of these dudes, Pereira and Ilia. So let's listen to this. Let's hear Dana, speak about this. It's I'll give credit to Dana, bro. Dana, he very on it with these types of topics, but let's listen to it.
Warrior, Sean O'Malley, Alex Pereira have voiced their interest in having big super fights in boxing. Does that now make it easier for you to promote them under Zuffa boxing? Are you interested in having those guys have one-off super fights?
One of the UFC guys fighting in Zuffa boxing?
So, like the likes of Sean O'Malley, Topuria, Pereira. No. You wouldn't be interested in promoting those fights?
No way in hell. The crossover fights suck.
Even like Pereira was rumored to go and get big money against Alexander Usyk. Would you not see the financial benefits in promoting that?
That's not what we do. It's just not what we do.
But surely,
I want to.
Would you not see the financial benefits in promoting something like that? That's a slap in his face because why doesn't he offer the financial benefits? You guys understand what I'm saying? Why doesn't the UFC offer the financial benefits? The financial benefits for these crossover fights isn't because the reporter's almost fucking getting it twisted himself. He did get it twisted. The crossover fights aren't because it's MMA versus boxing. It's because how do I put this? The crossover fights don't make money because a UFC fighter and a boxer are fighting. The crossover fights make money because it's under the boxing pay scale. Are we fucking dumb? Okay, so it's a slap in the face for Dana. Dana knows it. Even though this reporter asked the weird question and he doesn't even know what he's really saying, Dana knows the truth just like me. You know, and Dana said he knows it too. You know, the reporter, he worded it as if like the UFC fighters will bring a value to boxing and, you know, it'll be a 50-50 thing. But no, bro. The UFC fighters, by going over to boxing and boxing, it's instantly, right? Making them get paid as boxers instantly. And, you know, Dana White doesn't want that.
See the best fighters in the world fight the best fighters in the world. I mean, I'd like to
And the best don't fight the best in the UFC anymore.
see Jai Opetaia fight Usyk.
I understand
Look at him. He already promoting Jai Opetaia.
what you're saying, but from a business perspective, if then Pereira tries to get off,
There's other networks and other people that do that shit. It's not what I do.
fair enough,
It's just not what I do. I did it once.
and it was amazing.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it was amazing. It was financially unbelievable. But how many times can you keep fooling people with that?
Let me ask you, because I just got done saying it. Dana goes, it was financially unbelievable. How much of that money did Dana bring to the table? Nothing. Dana co-promoted with boxing, and he had to play by boxing rules. That's why it was financially, you know, a win for everybody, so to speak. You know, because he had to play by boxing rules. And just so you know, it's always sweet for Dana, no matter what, right? It's always sweet for Dana. Always sweet for Dana. But it was sweet for Conor because Dana was forced to play under boxing contracts under the Ali Act, etc.
You know, I run a business that every Saturday, basically, I put on fights, right? And we try to put on the best fights with the best fighters in the world. And you hope that the people that came to London, got hotel rooms, bought tickets, and spent all this money to come here, and the people who stayed home on a Saturday got what they were hoping for. You hope you deliver. And
Bro, can you imagine if you were somebody who flew down, bought tickets for a hotel, paid for tickets for the fight? Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine if you're one of those people? I can't even stand sitting in my own house, in my own chair with the $8.99 I paid annually, whatever the fuck it was. I didn't even pay $8.99. I paid for the annual Paramount subscription. I feel gypped. I feel gypped sitting in my house for free watching the fights with my annual subscription. I feel gypped. This dude saying like, you know, he's not into making Usyk versus Pereira because he's too busy making fights, you know, for his fans to come and fly in and pay all this money to come and watch. You're a clown, bro. That's a terrible point. Go tell Ari Emanuel the exact opposite is happening.
And what I hope to deliver on Saturdays is as many holy shit moments as possible. And you don't get that from the crossover fights. And I don't know. Educate me.
Now he's right about that. You don't get many oh shit moments from the crossover fights. They're basically all duds.
Right here, I'm drawing a blank. Tell me a crossover fight that you ever saw that you were like, wow, that was fucking unbelievable. And I feel like I just saw the best fight the best.
It just seems like at the moment those are the ones that are generating the most traction online and getting a lot of excitement.
Does it?
It seems like it. It seems like all
I would have to fucking completely disagree with you.
But a lot of
It's fake excitement online.
the top MMA guys are voicing their want to have those fights, like Pereira.
Yeah,
See how he cuts him off? You see how he cuts him off? A lot of the top UFC guys are voicing that they want to have these fights like Pereira, like Ilya. Dana cuts him off. He doesn't even let him finish because he can sense where it was going. He could sense where it was going. He doesn't want him to finish his sentence. You know, the least he can elaborate on why UFC fighters are asking to go to boxing, the better. Doesn't even want to open the door to it because there's a clear-cut reason why UFC fighters are asking to go to boxing, and it's not because they're passionate about boxing. It's not because they always wanted to be boxers. They're asking to go over there because champions don't get paid correctly in the UFC. This is what's making the promotion suck too. Imagine every time somebody reaches the pinnacle of the sport and they ask to leave. Mic drop. Imagine every time somebody reaches the pinnacle of the sport, they ask to leave. Ilya, Pereira, Sean O'Malley at one point in time, he was like a fake little star, but he thought his shit didn't stink, so he was playing that game too. You know, he wanted to make that money in boxing because he wasn't making shit in the UFC. He probably making more selling his own merch, right? Conor too back in the day. It's just like, you know, but just to go back to it, Dana just cut this dude off as the dude saying, your champions are expressing interest in going over there. You don't care about that? I know you don't care about it, but your champions are asking to do it. Dana cuts him off. Here's what he says. I don't know what he says. I forget already.
The fights that pull big numbers are the ones that involve Mike Tyson. Other than that, if it's not Tyson, you know, if you're going to always have.
So, you know, he's trying to spin it as if my fighter is going over to boxing. It's not going to make him that much money. Only Mike Tyson generates numbers. So as you can see, you know, he's trying to play down the point, you know, without saying it, he's trying to play it down. He's trying to say you don't make more money when you go over to boxing. You hear it or no? You know, that's what he's trying to tell you. You don't make more money when you go over to boxing. Only Mike Tyson makes more money when you go over to boxing. Nah, brother. I just got done telling you guys, you make more money point blank period when you go over to boxing because they're protected under the Muhammad Ali Act and all the numbers get reported and Dana got to play by boxing rules, which he doesn't want to do.
Have people that are willing to watch that, but it's just not what I do.
Yeah, no, I agree.
No, you put on shit fights every fucking weekend, you clown ass, bald head ass. That's what you do. You put on stinker fights for the last fucking 6 weeks. The first 6 weeks of Big 26. Sorry, the first like 12 weeks of the Big 26. First 12 weeks of the Big 26. Homie, you've been putting on shit ass fights. And I wanted to say this too. This is why Dana, so everything I've been saying, right? Everything I've been saying, right? Hear this out. I've said this before and I'm saying it again. This is why Dana's getting into boxing. This is why Dana's getting into boxing. Because he's tired of losing his UFC fighters to boxing. And he has this idea that he's going to make it sweet for the promoters in boxing, just like it's sweet for for him in the UFC and in MMA. And he's banking on the fact that all the promoters will go to the dark side, join his style of promoting under his new version of the Muhammad Ali Act, and that will effectively take away his UFC fighters wanting to go over to boxing. Because by that point in time, if his plan works, boxing pay will now be the same as UFC pay under his new stipulation of the Muhammad Ali Act. There you go. You're never going to hear this from Dana. Why would he admit to it? But that's the true reason. That's the true reason. It's a massive problem that every time his athletes reach the pinnacle of the sport, they want to leave, and he's done with it. And this is the way to handle it. It's so backwards because it's like he's getting into boxing for the exact reason I'm explaining to you guys. But all this has done is encourage more questions of like, so does this mean you can now promote your UFC fighters with the Zuffa boxers? It's like, oh, buddy, you don't get the big picture, do you? This has everything to do with stopping his UFC fighters from coming over to boxing, bro. This has everything to do with stopping it, not allowing it to keep happening. What the fuck? What the fuck? Are you kidding me right now? But let's see if Dana can do it. That's a big ass task, and he got some balls in him for trying something like that. He's let it out a few times. He's let his little points out a few times. So there was one point in time where he kind of said, he's like, I'd like to see how many of these promoters stay on their side of the Muhammad Ali Act once I get mine revised. He literally said that. And to me, that's when it all clicked. It's like, oh, so you think these promoters are just as evil as you, just as money hungry as you, and they can't wait to fuck over the fighters. They just need a legal loophole to do so. Okay. That's when it all clicked for me. That's when it all clicked for me. And then I started realizing, you know, Ilya says he doesn't have time left in the UFC. You know, his time is done. He's going to retire soon. And I was like, oh yeah, that's exactly it. This is the reason why he wants to do it, you know, so that shit's not sweet over there on the other side anymore. Because the difference between boxing and the UFC, boxing champions make more, UFC journeymen make more. It's just a fact. And if you don't understand it, then shit, this stream might be a bit too advanced for you. But, you know, keep watching. You'll probably be on tip soon enough. What's poppin' to I want to give a special shout out to Dylan. Dylan's in the chat, says sub Castro. What's up, Dylan? Remember when people were enjoying the Apex cards saying they can hear the brutality better? Yeah, I feel you. I know I did say that the Apex cards aren't ruining the sport, and I do kind of agree with that. It's not ruining it. It's definitely not making it better. But I can meet in the middle and say that, yeah, the Apex cards are kind of duddy. They are kind of duds. And if we got rid of them, I wouldn't miss them at all. Tyler Betts goes, you see, so his fighters have no boxing skills. He's basically saying, I mean, bro, we know it. We know it, Tyler Betts. Why we need Dana to tell us? These UFC fighters can't fucking box, bro. Let's give up the fucking act. Let's give up the act. The striking in the UFC is so fucking mid, it's insane. The only reason why they look good is because they're all fucking mid. We know it's just about greed, though. You see that clip of Usyk and AJ sitting next to each other at a Zuffa event? No, I didn't. AJ is Eddie Hearn's fighter, so interesting. Francis is an example. What? He made more. Dana never liked to mention or even think of Francis. Yeah. Francis is the example. Francis versus Fury was pretty good. Not gonna lie, I was hyped for that one. So far, only Francis left for boxing. Well, I mean, Tyler Betts, I think Masvidal low-key did it in a roundabout way. Masvidal retired from the UFC, then got permission to go box. I mean, you don't think he had that on the back of his mind? Nate Diaz intentionally got out of his contract so that he could go over to boxing. You know? Yeah. That's about it, though. Nate Diaz, George Masvidal, and Francis. I would say those are the main ones who have kind of left. And Nate, yeah. Nate, too. Just because, you know, Nate, like, think about it like this, right? If there was no boxing for Nate to go to, he probably would have re-signed with the UFC. I think he intentionally didn't re-sign with the UFC because he wanted to go fight Jake Paul, and that's exactly what he did. And he fought Masvidal. That's crazy that Nate and George got free of the UFC, and then they fought each other in boxing. You see what I mean, though? The writing's on the wall, boys. The writing's on the fucking wall. Dana and Nate got free. They fought each other in boxing and made a fucking bag, bro. A bag they couldn't make in the UFC. That's without Jake Paul or anything. You know? Dana's sick of that shit. Best believe Dana's sick of that shit. Ilya's already said he doesn't have that much time in the UFC left. He's got goals of becoming a boxing champion. Dana's sick of that shit. Dana's so sick of it. It just is what it is, bro. And let's finish this.
From a spectacle standpoint, probably from a promotional standpoint, the adverts, the build-up would be cool, but in terms of like an actual fight, I do agree with you.
So what I'm into is the best versus the best. What's at stake? What does this fight mean, and where does it? I mean, he was just asking me a minute ago. Mozavar just won this fight. What's next for him? And what does this mean? Is he getting it? That's what matters to me. Anybody who's ever been a competitor, I guess you would call it, they take older UFC fighters that don't fight, that aren't ranked or just have big names, built a name here, and then they fight each other for what? For money. And other than that, there's nothing. It doesn't lead to anything. That's not what I do. So if I took my biggest star in the UFC versus a big star in boxing, and they fight each other, and it's a lopsided, horrible fight that means nothing for either of them. What is the point and what's the purpose?
Well, they made the money you've been keeping from them for their entire UFC career. That would be the purpose. Mr. Daddy Dana, you cheap bald head ass. You know, that would be the purpose. That would be the purpose. But this is also a big topic. It's a big topic because what Dana's saying, you know, without saying it is, you know, I let Conor do that. He got his ass beat by Floyd and he was never the same. Right? His UFC career was washed after that. Why would I let my fighter go take a badass beating in boxing, make a bag, he won't have to fight anymore, and on top of that, even if he does continue to fight, you know, he's done with because boxing ruined him. That's what it is, boys. That's what it is. That is what it is. Boxing ruined Conor. That is something that happened. Conor was never the same after the Floyd fight for two reasons. Because of that ass beating he took and because of how much money he made, he no longer had to be a bitch to Dana. You know, he didn't need Dana anymore. And Dana knows that, and he's avoiding that. You know, yes, you're right, Dana. There is no historical value on these fights, right? But you care about that. Do your fighters care about that? No. They want the bag. And, you know, you're keeping it from them. You're keeping it from them. And you being not down for it is just so you can keep your control. You know, that's what it is for. So you can keep your control over them, because if they make that money, you lose your control. And you don't like that.
It's just not what we do here.
Taporia, Sean.
So there you go. There you go. I wish I could have rewinded it, but you know, on the reels you can't really rewind it. But yeah, man. That's that whole thing with Dana. Dana never liked to mention or even think of Francis. So true though. And Nate, sucks that Nate lost. Plus Jake using Dana's retired fighters. Woodley, Silver, Askren. Yeah, that's also super lame. But imagine if it was more streamlined and there was an Olympics for MMA. I'm sure Jake Paul would sign a free agent gold medalist, a free agent silver medalist. And this is why it needs to be more streamlined, because no one knows who to sign. No one knows who to sign. That's why they're just left with signing former UFC fighters. It's the only accredited fucking system we got, is people who competed in the UFC. Does that make sense though? Like, if MMA was an Olympic sport, the amateurs and the Olympics would also be an accredited system. The amateurs and the Olympics would also be an accredited system. You know, the only reason why Jake Paul and everybody else signs washed UFC fighters is because the UFC is the only accredited system. It proves my point that all these other promotions that exist that have fighters competing in it, no one's willing to take the gamble on those fighters because they don't even trust the promotion they're competing for. If you get it, you get it. But it's not a certified, accredited, you know, league system. Like USA Boxing, like amateur boxing, like Olympic boxing. This is streamlined. You compete in the same pool of guys. You know? In PFL, you don't compete in the same pool of guys as the other ones. So how the fuck are we going to know who's good and who's not? How the fuck are we going to know who's good and who's not? We got this bitch throwing a temper tantrum at 10:07. Hold on, we're just waiting for it to end. Let me get a coffee in the meantime. I'll come right back, though. Space Kid says, you're so right. He wants control for sure. It's control, bro. If he lets his fighters do that, he loses control of them. Now he has to create a new star. You know, that's the problem. That's why he doesn't like his biggest stars leaving the promotion. And then, you know, he has to create a new one. But that's the problem that he's created. That is the exact problem that he's created. You've created a culture to where people make it to the pinnacle of your sport and they instantly want to leave. That's the culture you created. You know, but you want the control, but you're creating this culture where they just want to leave your ass the second they get anything. Let me go make my other coffee. But you know what's funny to me? You know what's funny to me is this bitch. This bitch is actually making me stay on stream longer because she's pounding and she thinks she holds like some weight or something like that with like, if she pounds, I'll stop. And it's like, oh my God, if we really got to do this again, we really got to do this again. Like you're making me stay on longer. Like you're making yourself miserable. But isn't that typical Foyd shit? They make themselves miserable, right? They overplay their hand all the time. That's what this bitch is doing right now. I actually wanted to kind of like, I was probably going to wrap up the stream soon, but it's like we got all this pounding and it's like, okay, I guess you want me to stay live longer. I just think it's funny how that works. Like literally, no joke. I was going to get off stream probably within like 10 minutes. But now, you know, I think we need to deploy a 30-minute penalty time. You know, 30-minute penalty. I'm going to be on for at least another 30. Now, if there's more pounding, I might be on for another 30 just to really lock it in, seal the deal. But yeah, I just had to share that with you guys. That's my inner dialogue right now. It's like I was actually wanting to get off live pretty shortly here, but because there's pounding and shit, it's like, okay. All right, I know what time it is. Time to deploy 30-minute penalty. Stay on. Shout out to Cupcake. Yeah, we finna stay on. Penalty time. Start the timer. Should I do whatever the fuck I want? But here's the funny thing, right? And this is a lesson too. Let this be a lesson, boys. You know, as I'm going through this bullshit, take some notes. That shit not gonna get me to act out of character. That shit not gonna get me to crash out. That shit not gonna get me to do nothing. I'm not gonna talk shit. You know, I'm not gonna do nothing. Because all that does is give power. So you know, I'm not gonna act out of character. I'm chilling. I'm not gonna, you know, even though inside I might want to yell out of retaliation, right? And you know, you guys feel me on that shit. I'm not. It only plays in their favor. Understand this. This is going to be some free game for me, for you boys. Okay, you stuck around this long. I'm finna give you some free game, some free life advice. If you're somebody who gets mad, okay, now I get mad at times, but I think you guys see me on here enough. I don't really get mad. I'm more so just a troller and I'm a jokester. But if you get mad, right, you are letting people control you, right? So that's the example I just gave you. I got a little bit irritated. Inside, I want to start, you know, making a stink. I want to start yelling. I want to start trolling. But that's just controlling me. That's playing me like a puppet. I ain't finna get played like a puppet. We got the big picture, boys. We got the big picture. So understand that. Like, if you get mad, you're letting other people control you. You know, and the last thing you want to do is get mad and then act on that anger because you're really letting that person control you. So that's what I'll say is like, I'm a little bit irritated, but I'm not going to act on that. And I'm not going to get controlled. I'm going to keep doing what I want to do as if no one's in my way. You feel me? As if no one's in my way, I'm going to keep doing what I want to do. So I'm not, if I wasn't going to yell earlier, I'm not going to yell now. You feel me? Even though this pounding keeps happening and it's fucking really throwing me off now. Stoic wisdom. Shit, we on demon time, but we locked in, bro. We on demon time, but we locked in at the same time. Like demon time, it means no one can get through to us. You know, demon time, we in control 24/7. Shout out to Tyler Bet says, all we got control of is our actions and emotions. Exactly. Food for thought. So figured I'd share that with you boys. Perfecto says, all night stream, bro. Shit, a little 24/7 action. I never done an all night stream. I don't know if I ever will. That seems to be those IRL streamers who do the all day shit. I think that'd be too much for an MMA streamer. HC says, I get Dana point, boxing the best of the best. By Islam versus Gary just boxing each other will look like a shit show. Imagine a UFC fighter boxing a pro boxer, they'll get whipped, but Topuria is a unicorn. HT, if we can make one exception, if you're saying make an exception, right? The two best, Pereira or Ilya, okay. Let's make the exception for Ilya. I'll agree with you. I will agree with you. The problem is, though, HT, I am firm on this belief. I think that, and Ilya's already said it, you know, that's a sucky thing, and that's the catch to all this, is if Ilya does go to boxing, he's done with MMA for good. That's the bittersweet thing when it comes to these boxing matches. You know, name one guy who went to boxing and came back to the UFC. Right? Name one guy who, Nate was probably the closest one who's been able to do it, but he got outbid by MVP Promotions. You know, Dana got outbid by MVP. So, yeah, I mean, I'm down for Topuria to go to boxing, but I'm just saying that by anybody going to boxing, you should essentially kind of kiss them goodbye. You know, they probably won't come back to the UFC. So it's a weird one. The whole boxing thing is super weird. Space Kid, yeah, that's facts. I be Bruce Lee when it comes to my emotions. If you can't control it, ain't no point of being mad. Exactly. And kind of like how I said it too, you say if you can't control it, no point in getting mad. That's very true. And then also, the bigger one in my opinion is don't let other people's actions, which you can't control, right? But don't let other people's actions piss you off. It's like we're saying the same thing but differently. But it's just like, yeah. Because a lot of times, bro, other people's actions have almost got me to act out of character. And then I remember I heard somebody tell me one time, they said, if you get mad, you know, you're only letting people control you. And I thought it was great advice. And that's where that saying comes from, where I could play you like a puppet, so to speak, right? Push buttons. I know how to push their buttons. It's controlling them. Pushing the buttons is controlling a fucking computer, is it not? That's where these sayings come from. So there's meaning in these things. You know, if someone says, I know how to push your buttons, they're saying, I know how to control you. I know how to get you to act out of character. I can control you. And shit, I'd be damned if you could do that to me. I'd be damned. Okay, so I wanted to get this one out the way. This is actually big news. Big news. And I love it. I love it, boys, because, you know, I was speaking to you about the NCAA finals yesterday, and I was pissed the fuck off that ESPN took it off of the Plus subscription and it was on ESPN2. So, you know, I told you guys I'm going to go to the bar. I'm finna go watch the NCAA finals. There ain't nothing better to do on, you know, yesterday's Saturday evening than to go to the bar and watch the NCAA finals. This is what I do with my life, okay? March comes around, the NCAA championships come rolling around, and my life gets dedicated to the NCAA championships every fucking year. For good reason, Okay, I'm telling you guys, if you don't watch this shit, it's actually super fucking good, man. Super good. Lots of storyline. It's a massive sport, bro. Massive sport. Tons of people covering it. You got kids who love this shit. I mean, bro, just the storylines, like people don't even know because you guys don't really follow it. But I mean, the Cowboys, their head coach is David Taylor. David Taylor was the pupil of, essentially the first man of NCAA wrestling, which is Cael Sanderson. Cael Sanderson is, like I told you, he's like the George Washington of NCAA wrestling. He's like the goat. He's like undefeated in the NCAAs as a competitor, and he's also like the best, most accoladed coach of all time. All right, that's insane. This is the dude who was Daniel Cormier's arch rival, who beat Daniel Cormier's ass every time in the finals. Cael Sanderson, head coach of Penn State, former coach of David Taylor, who's now the head coach of Oklahoma State Cowboys. Daniel Cormier's former college, by the way. Jacoby Smith's former college, by the way. I'm just telling you guys that because there's lore to this. And in the post-event press conference, Cael Sanderson was sending shots at David Taylor because, David Taylor, he kind of turned his back on everybody in Happy Valley, aka Penn State, right? Cael Sanderson is accusing David Taylor of breaking eligibility rules to get Jax Forrest. Jax Forrest was a high school senior to start off this year. He competed in his high school season. But he not dropped out, but he finished high school. He left high school early, enrolled early at Oklahoma State. And, it was rumored. I listened to this press conference today. So it was rumored. It was said that he was going to redshirt, but he knew always he was going to take off that medical redshirt. So he left high school early, joined OK State under David Taylor, which Cael Sanderson has a big problem with. He thinks he violated there. I don't know what the violation is. Okay. But Cael has a big problem with that. And, but it's a crazy feat. Homie competed in high school like 3 months ago. Finished early, enrolled early at OK State, and now he's a true freshman champion. Took off the medical red shirt, competed, undefeated, true freshman NCAA champion. Okay, so let me read you this real quick. But that's Jax Forrest on the left. Also, if you peep the comments, I got it moved. Who commented on that bitch, boys? Who commented on that bitch? Shit, my boy Jax Forrest. Shit, my boy Jax Forrest commented on that shit. First one to comment too. The national champion himself. 19 years old. Jax Forrest, bro. 18 or 19, not sure. But shit, the national champion himself, the undefeated true freshman himself, Jax Forrest, commented on my post. I appreciate that shit. That was dope. And then I responded back and I said, congrats to you and the team. And then he liked that shit. So shout out to Jax. Actually, I'm going to reach out for an interview for Jax because of all this lore that I'm speaking about. I need to learn about it. And just to pop my shit one time for you guys, right? I need you guys to know this. And I've been doing this in the dark for a long time. Before I started streaming, I've always gone to the beat of my own drum. Look at all my interviews. Honestly, I feel like people copy my interviews. Who the fuck was interested in SD Dumas before I started interviewing him? You know how much hate I used to get for interviewing SD Dumas? Like people say, I've been glazing bucks since before it was cool. You feel me? I've always gone to the beat of my own drum. And I'm saying that to say that I want to interview Jax Forrest. And, this is why I'm a real fan of combat sports. You feel me? Because what other people covering this sport really do it like this? They turn a blind eye to the NCAAs. A complete blind fucking eye. But that's why for me, I've created my own little niche where it's like, yeah, bro, I fuck with all the combat sports, all the martial arts. Well, mostly the big three, boxing, wrestling, and the UFC. I cover the big three. But I'm going to have Jax Forrest on, and I'm just telling you guys, I'm going to reach out to him. But I like to do this shit on my own. Like, I don't like to copy interviews. Like, I don't like to do that shit everybody else does. Like, I would be so stoked to do a Jax Forrest interview, and I don't give a fuck how many views it gets. The fact that I got the Jax Forrest interview, the historic Jax Forrest interview, right? Dana White says about the fights that cross over from UFC to boxing, they got no historic value, and that's how I feel about my interviews. I don't want to interview you if you got no historic value. I want to interview you and have the interview have historic value. That's what I want. So I don't give a fuck about the views. Could care less about them. Why do you guys think I'm the only one who interviews Adrian Lee? Because that has historical value. He's one of the top prospects in MMA right now, one of the youngest doing it, comes from a fighting family. He's also Hawaiian, so I fuck with him off the love, off the strength. We got interviews with Max Holloway's Golden Gloves cousin, Asa Stevens. Homie's a little gangster. If you guys don't know about Asa, I'm not capping when I say that. Asa, a little gangster, a straight gangster. Like, Asa and his boys are straight thugging. And I mean that. I mean that, like thugging. What's the true definition of thugging? Asa and his boys thugging, bro. Go watch that interview. We speak about the thugging. His boys have died, bro. Okay? And but go watch that interview, bro. That shit has historical value. It's so messy though. I really don't want to bring it to the public light just to pop my shit, so I'm not going to. But that interview I did, it had a lot of historic value. Go watch it. Go watch the Asa Stevens latest interview I did in 2025. Homie straight thugging, and I asked him about it. I asked him about all his homies who are thugging. And I said, you trying to chase your dreams, homie? You got to leave that life behind. You feel me? You got homies who have died over that shit. You got to leave that life behind. And I spoke on it. I spoke on the generational trauma that stuff brings. You know, retaliation. I say all that to say that I'm the realest up in this bitch. I'm the realest up in this bitch. The realest up in this bitch. Fuck an interview with somebody who won last weekend. All right, we working on the Jax fucking Forrest interview. You feel me? I know Tony South feel me. I just had to pop my shit one time like that. And I know I probably got somebody who be stealing my ideas watching right now. But shit, if you don't love it, you don't love it. You can never copy me. You know, you don't love it like me. So I ain't even tripping. If you could, you would. And, you know, we all know these people ain't watching wrestling and all this shit. So shit, you could hear what I'm saying. What you going to do? You going to hit up Jax? You don't know shit about him. Even if you did try to look into it, you don't care to listen. You don't care to listen. We all know it's about attention span anyway. Somebody gets put on my TV screen and I don't care to listen. It could be playing. It could be playing. I'm not going to know a word he said, but I listen because I care. So, you know, I could even give out the secrets, but unless you care like me, shit, good luck. I'm going to read this out real quick though. Oklahoma State Wrestling's true freshman Jax Forrest, 133 pounds, Sergio Vega, 141 pounds, and Landon Robidoux, 157 pounds, took home national championships at the 2026 NCAA championships last night. Forrest and Vega joined an elite club of true freshmen to win the NCAA title after going undefeated in the regular season. They are the first ones to achieve this feat since 1947. Forrest was a high school senior to start the school year. He forewent the rest of his senior season of high school in December to enroll early at Oklahoma State. So it's what I kind of told you guys, but 3 true freshmen is very impressive, and 2 true freshmen going undefeated and then winning the NCAA title has not happened since 1947. Sergio Vega was the first one to do it at the championships. About 2 hours later, his teammate, Jax Forrest, did it again. You know, repeated it again. They broke a almost 60-year drought in twice in a matter of hours. You know, near 6, or what is that? That's like 80 years. They broke an 80-year drought. Two of them broke it in a matter of like 8 hours. Even Phil Rowe, he goes insane. So at least the homie Phil Rowe appreciates that shit. Shit, ain't no one else posting about it. We got to show the homies some love. And so yeah, shout out to Jackson the boys. I'm gonna try to get that interview. But honestly, boys, if I've ever asked you for anything in my life, I'm not gonna ask you yet. But if I need help with that Jax Forrest interview, spamming him, that'll be my most serious request I've ever asked you boys for anything, is to get that Jax Forrest interview. That would be my most serious ask of anything. Anything I would have asked you for in the past would not matter as much as me asking this one favor. But I won't ask for you guys yet. I might be able to get it on my own. But if he doesn't respond in the DMs, I might need you guys to spam him in the comments and tell him to come on so we can talk about everything. You know, all the lore that I was just trying to tell you guys. And so that brings us to maybe the final topic of the day, boys. The final topic of the day. Max Holloway calls out Conor McGregor for a rematch 12 years in the making. Conor's got one over on me. I'm coming off a loss. Sign me up, man. Now, I don't like this look necessarily for Max Holloway. Thank you, Otto. Thank you, Otto. We're going to get that interview. We'll manifest it. We're going to get that interview. That interview will happen. I can, you know, I'm gonna say that interview is going to happen. Whether I get it on my own or you boys help me, that interview is going to happen. We can make it happen. We could easily make it happen, bro. Easily. All I need is for Jax to see the message. That's the biggest thing. You know, as long as Jax sees the message, I'm sure he'll be down. But, you know, we might need a little help getting him to check the message requests, so to speak. But if he sees it, he'll say yes to me for sure. I can almost guarantee it. So yeah, speaking about this Max Holloway calling out Conor. I don't really like this look. Honestly, I don't really like this look. I feel like when you're calling out Conor, you're kind of kissing your time as a contender goodbye. I get it. There's no bigger fights at 55 for Max to take than a Conor. So maybe I'm making a lot of nothing, but I just wanted to share that with you initially. I didn't really like hearing him call out Conor. Brian C says, we got you, bro. Shout out to Brian. All right, I'm gonna give you guys the signal. If I need you guys to go spam Jax Forrest, I'm finna give you guys the signal. But I'm gonna reach out tomorrow. I'm gonna reach out tomorrow to Jax. So yeah. I just got done saying I didn't like this look from Max, but I could be making a lot of nothing. So I'm just gonna say, like, you know, hear me out on that. But I could just be making something of nothing. You know, I could also see a world where Max fights Conor and comes back to fight the next contender at lightweight once things clear up a little bit for him. So, yeah. And I do think Max beats Conor round 2.
55 is.
I also think it's one of the better matchups for Conor, Max Holloway. With that being said, I think Holloway beats him.
Looking really busy at the top, so we'll see what happens. I don't know what guys they want to send my way, but like I said, man, before the fight I was talking about it. I mean, Conor's there, you know. Conor got one over me. He's talking about coming back. I'm coming off a loss. I mean, it looked pretty fun to get down and back, you know, with him. So we'll see what happens. I know a lot of people are worried about the weight and this and that, but if he doesn't want to cut weight, then I don't want to cut weight. We can do it at any weight, to be honest. It's just about getting it back, you know. So at the end of the day, that'll be a fun fight, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what way UFC wants to go, and that's all we can do, you know. Like I said, I got a bunch of things that I need to talk to my team, my family members, with my doctors too. So we're figuring all that out. But hey, man, you know, sign me up, man. If 55 is kind of busy right now, we don't know who to pit. I know Conor keep talking about coming back. 55. That'd be a fun fight, you know. That fight really excites me, and weight wouldn't be an issue.
Weight wouldn't be an issue. The face-off. Shout out Manny Maron. Yo, I'm back. Josh Emmett won his 100,000th. Over him, misses. Throw another one. Honestly, Manny, I forgot that was you. When you said I'm back, I forgot that you were the one who drops the Josh Emmett comment every time. What's poppin', Manny? Okay, and Brian C, I'm gonna take your side. My final stance is gonna be with Brian C. Let Max get his payday. You know, let my boy get his payday. I'm with you, homie. I'm with you. I'll take back my words. I'll take it back. About, you know, me not liking that look, calling out McGregor. Because yeah, you know, it's the biggest fight. And I do see that. So maybe I spoke a bit too soon. I can always admit it. But I totally see that. And it makes sense to me as well. You know, he's earned it. Definitely earned it. That's why I say I side with Brian C. Yep, HT2. I agree with you guys. I misspoke. I spoke too soon for sure. Shit. You know, we can admit when we got it wrong. Not that I necessarily got it wrong. It was just like I was just sharing it with you guys, my initial thought. But now that you guys shared your thought, I'm like, yeah, I can pretty much agree with that. That was also in the back of my head. And I'm with him. I would even say, just to add on top of it, I would say I respect, you know, Max calling out Conor for his money fight instead of a boxer. You know, I actually fuck with that, and I do respect it. So let's let our boy get his bag. Let's let our boy get his bag. He earned it too. You know, if he been this much in the UFC this long and he still hasn't earned his bag and he needs a McGregor fight to get it, shit, he deserves it. He earned it. He deserves it. He earned it. He deserves it. He earned it. Any weight. I'm with it. I'm with it. Max or Nate are the only Conor fights to make. Yeah, let's see what the comments say. Let's go. Him or Masvidal, I'm okay with it. Conor versus Colby is the fight to make. Oh, interesting. Ew, LOL, no. Conor will never rematch Max. Ooh. I Peter Poop says, you wish. Somebody says, so sad. Oh, it's not a good reaction to that whole thing. Not a good reaction to that whole thing, I guess. Holloway versus Conor be a sick fight. Honestly, I see people hating on you know, Max saying Nate or Conor won't give Max that opportunity. But honestly, I feel like Max is one of the most high profile names that Conor could fight and has a chance against. Everybody's writing Conor off against Ian Garry, rightfully so. But you know, I think Conor's best chance is against like a Max Holloway. I just know Conor's fight is not going to be an island. Oh yeah, yeah. Dana already kind of said that. He said that last night. Holloway versus Conor be a sick fight. I agree. Hey, so if anybody, I'm sure all you guys were watching, but I didn't realize this because I wasn't watching. But I guess Shamrock decked homie because he wouldn't dap him up after the fight. So that's what it was, if anyone didn't know about that. Shamrock, he went for the dap up, as you can see. He went for an underhanded dap. And then his opponent wouldn't shake his hand, so he slapped him. Dap, slap. And then I was going to pull something up. Oh. Movistar thinks Gene Silva's lying about getting the next title shot. I'm just going to speed run through this. Dana White was reluctant to give Movistar his title opportunity or guarantee Movistar his title opportunity after his win over Lerone. He said he's possibly next, but he's not even thinking about it. Then Dana got asked about Gene Silva, claiming he's next to fight Volk. Dana said, we'll have to see. You won't know until it's announced. But like I just started off, Movistar said Gene Silva's lying. Movistar also responded to Dana saying he might be next. And he said, thank you, Uncle Dana, because before you only hate me. So that's kind of these title talks. Also, Movistar was saying, you know, he explained why he struck with Lerone last night. And he said, even if I can't finish, or he kind of said it like this, he goes, I'm speaking like Movistar. Movistar was explaining at the post-fight press conference, and he was like, I thought in my head, even if I can't finish Lerone, maybe if I show my striking skills, it'll be the key to get a title shot. So he struck with Lerone to essentially get a title shot. And I see people trolling saying that that was in the contract and that the UFC should be investigated. I mean, you guys are funny, but come on, bro. Let's just operate in reality. So yeah, you know, he said that he tried to strike with Lerone in hopes that that would kind of get him over the hill for that title shot. And then Evloev also said this about Volk, though. You know, Evloev was asked, would it mean more to take the title off of Volk than another contender because of how much Volk has accomplished? And Evloev essentially said, I love this guy. You know, he's the man. But when I step into the cage to fight him, there's no respect anymore. I'll go there to take my belt. So he has the utmost respect for Volkanovski, but when he steps in the cage to fight him, he won't. He won't respect him. And I just fucking love that. You know, I love that. I captioned it Movsar says he respects Volkanovski, but when they meet inside the octagon, he won't. I love that shit. I love that shit, bro. Come on now. That's what the fight game is about right here. And then Diva asks Dana. Diva asks Dana. Diva asks Dana, using a translator for an English-speaking reporter. I mean, what's wrong with this guy? In my opinion, homie's such a diva, it's crazy. Like, bro, we don't care about your fucking hearing problem. Shut the fuck up, Dana. You know, honestly. And then the funny thing is his translator got an accent too. Now, do I really care about this? No, I don't really care. We're doing a comedy skit. So I don't want to hear nobody try to tell me some serious shit like, bro, it's a serious issue that Dana got a hearing problem. Shit. Okay. All right. I'm still conducting a comedy skit on his ass right now. All right. But Dana, it's like, bro, you fucking diva, bro. You fucking diva. Using a translator for an English-speaking reporter. He goes, I know it's fucking weird that I need a translator. He had to adjust it.
I was monitoring that and potentially thinking of changing plans.
Are you monitoring what's going on in the Middle East? Because we like to go to the Middle East and Saudi and Abu Dhabi in the summer. With the situation that's happening in the world, are we thinking about changing locations?
Changing the location of what fight?
The Middle East fights, the Saudi or Abu Dhabi?
No. As of right now, no. I know it's fucking weird that I need a translator when you speak English, but I can't hear. My hearing's so bad. And if you have a slight accent, I'm really screwed.
Are you guys monitoring that and potentially?
Okay, so there you go, boys. There you go. There you go. I think my 30-minute penalty seemed to work. I haven't been hearing any tomfoolery. I haven't been hearing any tomfoolery after I deployed that 30-minute penalty. I think my victim's on their best behavior. My victim got to be on their best behavior right now. They know they shot themselves in the foot. They got greedy. Why are women so greedy, bro? Why women be so greedy with their powers, bro? I know some of you guys might not know what I'm talking about, but I know some of you guys do. Why women be so greedy with their powers, bro? They always ask for too much. You know, they always overstep that line. It's like, we were cool being disrespected. You know, we were cool being disrespected. We were going to take it all, but you just had to do too much. You feel me? I'm cool with being disrespected. Shit, I'm a man. It comes with it. It comes with it. But you always got to do too much, and then you got to get put in your place. The same shit I was willing to do earlier, which is get off stream. Shit, we had to deploy a 30-minute penalty time because this bitch was playing around. It's crazy work, though. Crazy work. Crazy work. Anyway, let me read the last chats and we'll get out of here. I just know Conor's fight is not going to be in Ireland. Patty versus Conor. Shamrock, when the guy he was messing with doesn't fuck with him. Oh, man, don't be rude. Todd Brother said Volk will kill this dude. Volk will kill Shamrock or who? Movsar? MVP became the most boring fighter on the roster. Dana, when he can't hear. You know what? Call Nina for some head. I did not see that one coming, homie. I did not see that one coming. But shit, shout out to everybody who tuned into the stream. We ran up 34 likes on this bitch. We got 32 people in here right now. Looks like we had a bunch of the regulars tune in, but we've been live for like 4 hours. So I'm sure not everybody had enough time to sit through the whole thing. But if you did, shout out to you. You're a real soldier. And I appreciate the watch time. And I hope you enjoyed it. Hope you enjoyed the rant. It was a crazy rant. It was a crazy rant. Who can talk about the UFC being shit for 2 hours but me? That was insane. Anyways, boys, I'm finna get out of here. But let's see what HT said. Silva is talking shit. He's next to fight Volk. I feel Mosar is next, but Volk will beat Mosar. Okay. I think I'm picking Mosar, HT. Call me crazy. Call me crazy. But I'm going to pick Mosar. And you know my picks. You might as well just fade my picks, but I don't know what's wrong with me, but I am picking Mosar. Okay. Shout out to Manny Moron. Shout out to HT. Shout out to Todd Brothers. Oh, one more time, though. The stream's ending. I'm going to shout out everybody in the chat right now. But like the stream if you didn't like the stream. Just run up the likes. Everybody who didn't like it, run up the likes if you enjoyed it. And subscribe if you're not subscribed. We are live for 90 days straight. And I think we're almost a month in. You know, Tuesday or Wednesday, it'll be the 4th week of the 90-day live stream streak. So essentially, you know, tomorrow or Wednesday will be 1 month down, 2 to go. And I mean, no signs of slowing up. No signs of slowing up. Like Dylan in the chat said before, we don't even know what burnout is. We basically immune to it. We are immune to burnout. I got more shit I'm going to do after this. So ain't no burning out. 90 days straight of streaming. Everybody subscribe who's not subscribed. Tune in every day for it. And let me shout out the streets now. I shouted out some of you guys already, so I'm not going to say it again. But shout out to Otto. Shout out to Tyler Betts. Shout out to Brian C., my man. Shout out to Tony Sal. Shout out to Space Kid. Shout out to Meat Rocket. Shout out to Perfecto. Shout out to Cupcake. Shout out to John Dong. Shout out to everybody, bro. We got a lot of names in here tonight. Dun Daughter, shout out, homie. Shout out to JP Money. Literally, I feel like almost all the regulars tuned in tonight. Shout out to Dylan, my homie Dylan. Shout out to Miata Boy, the homie Miata Boy. If I didn't say Dun Daughter, shout out to Dun Daughter one more time. Shout out to Tony M. Shout out to Shawnee 2J. Shout out to Franklin for the $20 dono. It's always appreciated, homie. Much love to you. Shit, he always be sharing his wins with me. Crazy. Always appreciate it, Franklin. Who else we got in here, though? Jim Lotus. We had Jim Lotus in this bitch. Shout out to Jim, man. Jim be fucking with me on the low. Shout out Tony Sal if I didn't say that one. Shout out Ruby Z. Shout out to Soda Pop for tuning in for a bit. Shout out to AD Kid. Shout out to Air Javi. Telling you boys, everybody popped in today for a little bit. Shout out to MLE. Oh shit, shout out to America First was in this bitch too. Shout out Perfecto one more time just in case. Shout out to Rich Charizard. Shout out to Gravy Show. Yeah, shout out to Rich Charizard. Shout out to Gravy Show. And I can't scroll up any higher than that. Oh, shout out to Chain Firing Mech Warrior. All right. That's going to be pretty much everybody. So shout out to all you guys. I'll see you boys tomorrow. I scrolled down, so I got the question for you, Manny. Manny says, last question, Izzy or Piper? Izzy, homie. Izzy. Who the fuck is Joe Piper? Let's just end it like that. Who the fuck is Joe Piper, bro? And I know we know who Joe Piper is, but go tell your homie that if ask your homie if he watching Izzy versus Joe Piper and tell me they don't say who the fuck is Joe Piper. All right, boys. Peace out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll see you boys tomorrow. Thanks for watching, everybody.